Let the record show that there is a quorum present. Jesse Hernandez present. Ms. Farias?
Present.
Ms. Olivares?
Present.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Present.
Ms. Salazar?
Here.
Ms. Silva?
Present.
Ms. Unger Robles?
Present.
The time is now 5:33 PM on Wednesday, July 19th, 2023. As President, I, Jesse Hernandez, call this budget workshop of the Southside Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. At this time, I'd like to welcome Ms. Morales Garcia to welcome our visitors and guests.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for attending our meetings tonight. We look forward to having a fun budget meeting, and we look forward to having a wonderful school year come up the upcoming weeks.
Thank you. Please note that this meeting is being held and has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. At this time, we could please stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we do not have any public comment.
Heard it right.
And we'll be moving on to our presentation on the budget for the 2023-2024 workshop. Superintendent Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, staff, and committee members. We will provide an update on this upcoming year's budget and ask for guidance for the staff raise options. We have Ms. Dillard with the presentation.
Welcome, Ms. Dillard.
Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, Superintendent Ramirez, Board of Trustees, Executive Team, community members joining us online and in person. We are going to have fun with this budget workshop this evening because everyone loves talking about money. So you have, there's going to be one more sheet that's coming to you that's going to be passed around for the three options. So forgive my tardiness in getting that to you earlier. It is one that we have, so you'll have three sheets and we'll go through it. So let's get started. First, let me do an update of where the 22-23 budget is. I am very proud to say that all the work of the business office as well as of the district itself, we are going to be able to end the budget year, fiscal year 23, within budget. And by that, I mean no deficit, no number in the red, which is also a good thing. We have done various different things to accommodate that, where everyone has been rallying together to reduce our overtime and just various different things. And so with that, we'll be able to move forward with a within budget for 22-23. So after the last couple of board meetings where that was not the case, I am glad to be able to report that. Please know that in the board financials tonight, I'll be going into more specifics about where we are and where the money's actually coming in on the direct deposit dates, but I wanted to share that with you. So additionally, I also wanted to do just kind of a reminder because this will be our fourth budget workshop because everybody loves talking about money and the budget. So just a reminder that all staff, all leadership, all district officers, all directors held a meeting. We did budget meetings. We started them at the end of February, 1st of March, continued all the way through April. The meetings consisted of the director, campus principal, and any other designee or bookkeeper they wanted to bring to the meeting. It included myself, a staff accountant, excuse me, as well as human resources. So how that process went is we made sure they were on the calendars because just as you know, if it's not in writing, it didn't happen. So everybody's calendar appointments are there. You got the reminders. We talked about what last year's budget is. So typically the process is a 3-year process in regards to you look at current year, how they've reviewed their campus or director or department needs. And when we're asking them about their needs assessment, it's about the priorities aligned to the district. It may not necessarily be what you all are doing as the Board of Trustees going, we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this. It is basically what they need to make sure that they're performing and excelling at the highest level in those departments. I also want to add this little footnote because our legislators are treating us so well. I think they're in their second session. So right now, the proposals to you do not include any statutorily required. So when those statutorily required things are passed and they're brought down, whatever option the board chooses to do in regards to the salary options tonight will be in addition to this, or the legislature money will be in addition to what you all adopt tonight, hopefully. All right, so wanted to share that. So just a reminder as well, the revenue projections are based on state comp ed, our student enrollment, our student average daily attendance, our ad valorem and delinquent taxes, donations, fundraising, bond tax note financing, and then federal, state, and local grants. So just to review, based on the summary of finance documentation, as well as the guidance from the summary of finance template and TEA, and our enrollment numbers, which are projected at 5865, but I will double check that in just a second, for the fall, which is almost a 400 student increase. So the student allotment is still $6,160 per student. And then we get the additional funding for the available school fund, which is promised to every district, and that comprises what's going on. Property taxes, our local and intermediate sources, our state sources, and our federal sources. So I want to highlight here really quickly that the $37 million that we're projecting as our revenue for state sources is the FSP and the ASF together. It does take into consideration the $3 million shortfall that TEA pulled from the district as a result of our low ADA. Please remember that TEA is they do their budgets and legislatively planned estimates at a 92% ADA. We have been very diligent in working to improve the ADA, but that is the reason why for the shortfall. We ended the school year last year at 88.14, so it's a little bit of a difference than what TEA is looking for. Alrighty, so going into the proposed salary options. Option number 1 shows that we are going to keep the supply stipend, or the suggestion or the option does include $300 for the supply stipend, $2,320, $2,642. You'll see if you go left to right on the slide or in your board book or on the hard copy, that would equate to $851,500 for the auxiliary staff. That is the pattern that each of the following slides go with this representation. So this budget is being built on 1,060 employees, but you'll see 1,090 here based on $1,165 being proposed to raise the new teacher salary. So with the new teacher salary, so that particular, I'm going to salary option 1. I'm going to take a little sip here. So you'll see that $51 million is what our projected payroll is based on our next year staff. As of today, I was able to share with Mr. Ramirez and confirm with HR that we are at 986 employees, and that's as of last night, meaning what the rollover is. Any hires that occur after today or after yesterday is going to add to the $51 million, but I wanted to share that with you. With the salaries and fringe benefits, if the board chooses option 1 of $3.8 million, you will see what it brings us to a total of $61,350,000. So that would put us under budget in regards to, or within budget, because the total budget revenue is $61,350,000. So that's option 1. Option 2, same formula. Difference here is the 1165 is going to be for zero experience teachers to raise the zero experience year to $60,300. If the board does indeed adopt the 1165 for zero experience teachers, it would make Southside ISD the top rated paying performance for zero experience teachers. And that is, we always want to be the best, as they say. Cream rises to the top. So with all of these adjustments, the $5,000,005 is going to be the total cost of this particular option. Same formula across. I don't want to rush, but I know this is workshop number 4. So if I'm going too fast or too slow, just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down and I'll make some adjustments. So you'll see here with the projected $51 million in salaries and benefits, that if the board chooses to do $5.5 million for the increase in pay stipend, that leaves $4 million for operating expenses, but still keeps us in budget. The dollar that's represented there is black. It is due to rounding, but it does mean that we would not be adding this significant dollar amount to fund balance if this option is chosen. Option number 3, here are the options here. Again, 1165 for the zero experience teacher, the goal attainment and the retention stipend, which brings the total cost of this option at $5.5 million. And so that is the consensus in regards to that. The salary option here, just doing it in another presentation format, is there. Option 4 is the same as option 1, but the difference is this is TRS compensatable. If the board were to choose to do this one, once you add it to the actual base salary, it is something that will continue. So last year when the board was gracious enough to give the staff $3,000 on top of their base salary, plus the goal attainment, the $3,000 of course continued this year. So that was the starting base, and then whatever the board chooses to do tonight or whatever option will be added. If you choose this one, it's going to continue. It just rolls, meaning you can't take it away. It's one of those nice things about that, okay? So that's option 4. And then option 5 is $5.6 million, and the 1165 would included in here is going to just be an offset of 165 for the zero experience teachers. Please note that the higher the salary option the board chooses, the less flexibility the district has in pivoting for operating expenses. So I just wanted to share that. Here's also another format for salary option number 5. And then of course you all have the salary summary page. Mr. Hernandez had asked for a 1-pager. And so you have that there. You also have received 3 options in regards to how it would break out by function. Of course, once the board chooses to adopt the budget, the final discussions and decisions will be based on staff leaving. So if there's an individual at a department or in a function that is not there and the district chooses not to replace, then the flexibility would be there to move funds around. So that is the overall, being that this is workshop number 4, not trying to confuse you and not trying to rush. Did I provide you enough information? Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Dillard.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Ms. Dillard?
Where is this, the summary page, salary options?
So if you are looking at it, I can have the technology click the link.
Okay.
Would you click the link for me, please? That should have been the last page that was printed, and it looks like this.
Don't see
Okay.
that one.
Okay, so there's the 1-pager. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit print on this laptop, and, okay.
Ms. Dillard, just to, if I understand correct, salary option number 4 is the only one that is TRS
Compensatable,
included?
yes, sir.
Right.
Because we originally had 4 options, 1 and 4. Salary option 1 being same, similar or same dollar amount, and then, but it would all be goal attainment focused. The original slides show what the amounts are broken up for the items in that, option 1, and salary option 2, 3, and 5 are all goal attainment. So if the decision or the district board of trustees moves to make adjustments or say we don't want to do goal attainment mid-year, there is that flexibility because it's not required to stay. This is something the district is offering. So those are options that allow the district, the 3 choices which was requested of me. 1 is the TRS compensatable, which will roll every year, like the last year's 50% of it, the $3,000. Then the other ones are goal attainment, and they can be adjusted by you as far as the rates or dollar amounts. They can be whatever your guidance is. I am ready, willing, and able to assist.
So just to be clear, Ms. Dillard, option 4 is also an increase to the salary? Option 4?
So to be very specific, it is an increase to income, option 4. I'm sorry, yes, you're correct, sir. It's absolutely an increase to the salary,
So
yes.
for Mr. Hernandez's question on which ones were an increase in salary, it would have been option 4 and option 5.
Okay. Could we go back
There's
to the,
part of it in
to the
option
details
5, yes, sir.
slide, please?
So will you click back out to the presentation?
Increase in
So option 5
Okay.
would have $1,165 added to the base salary, and then $200 of retention stipend. $2,600 would be goal attainment. So again, and then option 4 looks like this. Option 4 is the salary increase of $2,320 for auxiliary staff, $2,642 for professional administrative staff.
And in terms of the first-year teachers, where does option 4 put them?
So in option 4, if the board approves that the salary raise, the zero experience salary goes to the 60,300, it's included in here. Because the total auxiliary staff is gonna get 2,642. So the zero experience teacher would actually get using option 4, 2,642. It would be very hard pressed for any other district to beat that if that was the example. So that the teachers would fall, the zero experience teachers would fall in here, but the 2,642 would go to every staff member. So every level in professional staff would get that 2,642.
If I may, Mr. Hernandez.
Did I answer the question?
The starting salary for the teacher would be $61,777 on that option. On the other options, it would be $60,300, which puts it as the best, highest paid for starting teachers anywhere here in San Antonio. So for all options, with the exception of option 4, the 1165 that would be added, would put the starting teacher salary at $60,300, which is the highest starting salary for any school district here in San Antonio. With option 4, it puts the starting teachers at $61,777. So it surpasses the $60,300.
And in regards to the differences, so trying to follow the budget constraints, this one would be, the 3.7 million would be out of the current fund, right?
Out of 199, that would be added to 199, yes. Mhm. And that would be, you would see that in the option that was given to you tonight of the 35 million for instruction. That's the dollar amount for that representation. The 3.7 is going to be on the single sheet that you received. The first line of instruction would show 35 million, just so that you can differentiate.
I got you.
On the tabs in the actual Excel spreadsheet, at the very bottom, it says option 1, so I know which ones are which, but I did not put the labels here. I will fix that going forward.
And if we were to go with that option, where does that leave us at the fund balance?
For 3.7,
Yes.
so that would leave a net add to fund balance of $812,000. A little less than $1 million, but it still keeps us within budget, still adds to the fund balance. And this would be if we received additional donations and things like that to get us to the 1 million. I don't know if that's your goal, but because it's not an even number is the reason why I shared that.
But overall, for the fund balance, what's that, would that balance?
So right now, we're at 28 million, so that would put us at close to 29 million. Understanding that we are only required by law to have 2 to 3 months worth, which is about 14.5 million. So we have a very healthy fund balance, or the district does.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, when you say fund balance, is that 199?
So fund balance is the the terminology that is used to account for I use it when we do town hall meetings, I use the phrase savings account. So our 31 million in the fund balance, you can have a fund balance in 199, we also have one in food service, and we also have one in debt service. And those for general operating fund 199, the add to that is $812,000. So I wanted to clarify the difference. So fund balance is just the terminology that the governmental accounting for public school districts use to describe how much you're going to put in savings. Now, please recognize that the fund balance is not, so when I share with Mr. Hernandez that we have $28 million in fund balance, all of it is not cash. Some of it are viewed as long-term investments and various different things. So we do have a healthy cash accounts, meaning our banks, but I just wanted to clarify that. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
Yes, it did,
Okay.
but I still have more.
Okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
So we're looking at payroll, right? Staff pay is what this budget is about,
So,
right?
yes, that.
So where does the budget for the campuses come in and the departments? How do we determine their needs and what they get?
So what we're going to be, it is based on their student enrollment. So one of the so it's determined by the student enrollment because we have a staff to student ratio requirement for elementary of 1 to 22. So if they have enough students to generate a teacher, that was how it's based. Students who are campuses this year that who had a decrease in enrollment or something along those lines, their budgets are going to be adjusted and reflect based on their student enrollment. It is also based on their ADA, which is what the district is judged on as well. So enrollment, attendance, and then it's identified based on campus and district improvement plans and or district initiatives. So when we meet with staff for budget, one of the first questions I ask is, or share is, here's your last year operating expenses. And so the operating expenses are this, and we're gonna start here as a point of discussion to tell us did you need more money? Did you need less money? And then that's where their needs assessment comes from.
Okay.
Then the staff, after they talk to me about that, the expenses, then they get to talk to Ms. Maribel and Ms. Charity. So the executive director of HR and the assistant director of HR are in there, so they talk staffing. So based on staffing is based on enrollment and based on district initiatives and needs. So the caveat to this particular budget at the function level is such that if a campus decides because TASB has recommendations for staffing, and so we try to stay as close to that as possible, but sometimes there is a need. And when I say staffing, the need may change based on students receiving additional services or CTE or various different things like that. But from a general perspective, it's identified by those three things: enrollment, staffing, students. So when a staff member or a principal comes and says, I need 20 staff members, they understand that if they hire the 20 staff members and they don't necessarily have the students for it, they're going to lose the operating expenses. So how I've been able to translate to them so that we're all speaking the same language is, if you hire a person, salary, say $10,000, I'm just using that as an example, then you hire that person for $10,000, you trade $10,000 of buying materials and supplies.
Right, okay.
So they have complete control in their recommendation on what they need. And then, so basically the budget meeting is, I don't want to call it a wish list because that's not a good description, but they have identified what their needs through their CPOC is what some of the campuses call it. And
Right.
I used to reference it as a campus improvement team meeting. Some of them may be calling them site-based team meetings.
Yes.
Some of them just may call them give them a logo. So in regards to that, all of those considerations are taken into account for the campuses. At the same time, the directors identify what the needs are for the district. And for example, technology. Last board meeting, the board requested us not to do steps for technology. And so with that feedback, we went back and made some adjustments to address the feedback for next fiscal year in technology. So those are, am I doing too much talking? Am I answering your question? I just want to make sure that I'm,
I
okay.
still have one more question.
Sure.
How can we get printouts of last year's budget for campuses and departments and compare them to what
What they're
you all
being
have
proposed for next-
decided for this year?
So,
To see
okay.
the overall,
Absolutely.
the
So-
overall
So that's,
budget.
that's simply me going back to the table, or if you want me to stand here, I can print last year's, because it's just the general ledger for each org. Is that what you're asking me?
Mm-hmm.
You want to know what, is there, so are you wanting to see directors as well as campuses, or just, okay, Mr. Ramirez is nodding his head.
Just to do a little recap on the development of the budget. So the business office set up meetings with all the departments, all the campuses, the administrators, sat down, did a comparison to last year's budget to what the needs were for this year. They had a back and forth and then came up with an agreement on how much would be spent through each of the accounts that they have. So once that was done, and they had opportunities when we met, or Dr. Spohr, Mr. Castillo met with campus administration, I met with the directors. It was one of the standing items, the budget, to discuss any concerns that they may have that were already spoken of, about in the business office meetings. So once all that was done, then it got transferred over to these different options that we have. And here, you have all the campus expenses, all the department expenses, plus whatever option the board would like to consider for the raise or for the incentive that's going to be offered. But all of this is put into these different options. Now, my apologies for not doing the breakdown or not presenting the breakdown, but it was my understanding that the board wanted to simplify the total budget and just do a breakdown of what the options were. Now, Ms. Dillard provided a breakdown by account, by the different functions to the board, and that's available if you want to do a comparison to last year's budget, to this year's budget, by department, by campus. You let us know, and we will provide that information to the board. And we can present it, and we can go item by item, however the board, and answer any questions that the board may have.
I don't remember us getting anything like this last year.
So may so I just interrupted and I apologize. Were you, because I can share with you the actual workshop presentation that was presented last year for budget. Are you okay with me sharing last year's? Okay.
I have it at home, but it's basically the same thing here.
So this year's let me speak into the mic before someone gives me the eye. So this year's budget was presented and prepared in this format because this is the understanding of simplifying and making sure it was communicated based on what the expectations had been shared. So here is I'm going to reshare it with the technology team really quick, and they are going to put that slide up there for you to review. So technology team, I just shared it with you again, so it should rise to the top of your email. Yes. So so this is the presentation that was shared at the budget workshops each time, and this is the final presentation that was given. So last year I provided the goals from the district. I identified the agenda where we talk about the different options. Here's what I provided last year in regards to the enrollment, 5,556 by campus. Here's the kind of the breakdown of how the funding sources are received. So 3% of our overall budget was identified as federal sources. Property taxes are about 30%. State sources, of course, 65, it's the largest. And then local and intermediate was only about 25%. So then I shared what the same format for child nutrition and revenue. as well as the debt service revenue. The budget preparation is a cyclical process, and it starts where we start talking. So this was the slide to share with you about revenue. So last year we proposed, we expected a little bit of a dip in our property taxes of 19 million. I will tell you that as of yesterday, when I looked, we were at 20 million, so we didn't receive more than I projected, but that was based on the fact that we were, had a decrease in our tax rate. So 118, of course, is here. 40,400,000 was what our summary of finance was looking at for using the template that TEA provides, as well as what TEA shares. A couple of board meetings ago, I did share with you what the summary of finance in TEAL, which is the state of Texas's system where they house the summary of finance, and it shared that it was 40,411,000. That was originally the legislative projected estimate. And I'm using the words, but on the TEAL form it says LPE, and the other one is DPE, the two columns. LPE is the legislative projected estimate, and that's basically how the state tells us what our cash flow will be. The DPE is what we as a district are saying we are planning for using the summary of finance tool. And then I shared this as the budget. So previous years, and I have a 5-year comparison in regards to what we've spent per function. I have not shared that with you before. That's just something that the superintendent has asked for, because he is always asking me to make sure that I'm providing a rate of return on data and analysis like that. And because, of course, this is fun to me, but I laugh with tongue in cheek. So we proposed that we were going to spend $58 million. This was last year's budget proposed. And this is, it shows our $3.2 million that we estimated and appropriated for TERS. And it was going to put $3 million into the fund balance. Now, this budget did have a reduction across funds or functions to provide that, but you will see on the far right-hand corner, the federal program support. That is where we were estimating we were going to be able to cover shortfalls in our 199, so that we would be able to put $3 million in. Then unfortunately, due to ADA, we lost $3 million, and so that's why we started in regards to that. And there were some additional expenses at the beginning of last year, upcharges that were unplanned but necessary, and based on what our student scores are looking like, I believe we as a district have spent our ESSER money in the best possible fashion, which is for student achievement. No other school district has had the significant academic achievement creditable to our principals, our teachers, our students, our staff, absolutely our parents, our bus drivers, our custodial staff. It is absolutely a coordinated effort, and so they're to be commended. Then this was the slide here for the compensation. 3.6 was option 1. This one was incentive only. This one was option 2 with an increase without the incentive. So it was a budget of $3 million. And then this is option 3, which is what the board chose last year. So again, thank you. And that was 5.8. So the district, you as trustees, agreed to a $3 million increase for staff. This particular budget, which is the current budget we're in now, was built on 978 staff members. So with the fact that we've had an increase in enrollment, we absolutely have had, and should have responsibly done, we hired staff. We made sure that our students are going to get what they need, no matter what that looks like, to make sure that they're successful. So this was what was presented last year. And then I was even providing a incentive transparency at the entry-level position to show what it would look like. And then I shared what the actual, the 2022 projected balance, of course, when we adopted the budget last year in June. And I want to say kudos and celebrations to you all. That was the first time, and Ms. Maribel can confirm, that the district adopted the budget as early as it did. And that is absolutely wonderful, because that makes for transitioning and for end of the year audit, which I'm going to quickly pass by, much easier in terms of that. And so that was what I was sharing. So this is Ms. Unger Robles is the reason why I was sharing what the fund balance is, because it is in all 3 accounts. Okay. And then in regards to the tax rate analysis. So one of the things that we've talked about at our Fiscal Integrity Committee meetings, as well as our town hall, is that you as the Board of Trustees absolutely listen to the taxpayers. And apparently you've spurred, I'm going to say this, I don't know if it's true or not, you've actually spurred Governor Abbott to do the same, because that's the reason why he's pushing to make sure he made good on his campaign promise of reducing property taxes. So kudos to you all. Now, just as a finance person, so as a property owner, super excited about those plans. As the CFO, not super excited about those plans. So just so you know which hat I'm speaking of today. So, and then when we meet again, we will have to, in August, that's the expectation where we'll be talking about our truth in taxation and be discussing what the proposed tax rate will be. But the budget has to be adopted before you can adopt the tax rate. So, comments or questions, and this, I think, was so here's the proposed tax rate that we could be working on, but that's working on the TNT. And then, so, yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you, can you go back to the presentation you just showed for the option 4? Or
Yeah.
the one that you said that this the same option 4 here, what we had last year?
So, meaning we were adding money to the salary as well as do the goal attainment.
Right, you said that that slide matches option 4 on the proposed one for coming
If I
up,
said
correct?
that, I misspoke. What I was trying to say, this is the one that the board chose last year for this fiscal year. So
Right.
this is option 3, where we added money to the base salary as well as the goal attainment. So similar to option 4 in the current presentation, because we're adding salary to money, the proposal is adding money to the base salary as well as having goal attainment.
But this is the option we chose
Last year.
last year.
Yes.
So I guess I'm just, maybe it's me, but the total down there where it says 5861,
Mm-hmm.
is that for this coming year?
So, no, ma'am, this is the
this is
one that
last
you
year.
chose, that we're actually walking now and paying payroll now.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
But- And then on the current slide for option 4, there's 3767, I'm bad about numbers.
No worries.
The 3767338, so that means it's less, we would be paying out less? Does
So-
that make
so-
sense?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Okay,
I got it.
no worries,
Okay, so I have a couple questions.
certainly.
Why didn't we receive the same type of information that we received last year? Because for me, it was much clearer with much more information given last year than we got this year.
Okay.
So what changed that?
The feedback I got from the board via Mr. Ramirez, that we were to make it simple and provide it in the format. We had a meeting 4 months ago, where Mr. Hernandez had shared, and was it you, Miss? Somebody else was on the Zoom, and the communication was shared with me, and how I presented it now is my understanding of it, that it needed to be simple with just graphs and the percentages there, and so regards to that. Yes, ma'am? I absolutely got that now.
No,
I will-
no, that's fine, but,
So that's the reason, so you asked why I changed, so
Right.
that's the reason
I
why I
got you.
changed. So, but all of the background work, I do, because in order to show you the simple slides. So to get to the simpler slides, I guess, is that the best way to say that? It requires the same amount of work. Actually, it's a little harder for me, because I then have to, my brain doesn't necessarily process it the way I'm asked to present it. So that's one of my learning styles, we shall say. So, but the reason why I presented it the way it was that was my understanding. And I didn't receive any feedback about the previous 3 workshops to adjust. So now I will make sure, and I'm also accused often and regular of providing way too much explanation, which is what I'm doing now, so I'm gonna stop.
you're good, you're good. So, so what I'm accustomed to
Yes, ma'am.
at budget time
Uh-huh.
is a budget workshop standalone, to where all of the Board of Trustees, as well as yourself and Finance, can truly ask the questions and have things explained to where we understand a little more, things are a little more clear. But the other thing is that the budget's based on needs assessment, correct?
Yes.
So with that needs assessment, I know each department has their own budget request.
They do.
They have their own wish list.
They,
Absolutely.
which
do.
they actually think the two are the same,
So,
ma'am. But
okay.
yes, they do.
Okay. So are each of those department budgets considered in the entire end result budget?
Yes, but not with each of them. So each of them puts in their input.
Correct.
And then we make the determination, prepare these recommendations. Also, what I understood, so I'm going to share that, was the focus was to make sure that there was options predominantly for focusing and increasing staff, or increasing income to staff. So yes, it's taken in its entirety because this function level budget is it, and it includes the operating expenses as well as salary and fringe benefits.
But I'm talking more than just needs of just staff, salary, and students, because that's what I heard, correct? So what I'm talking about is the bigger items that's actually necessary to continue the growth of our district, right? So big purchases.
Yes.
Right? Big requests, vehicles, equipment, that type of where I'm going with this, and you'll follow me. So with that being said, we usually learn at budget time, the big request, correct? So that we know in the future that that's already been budgeted for because we've spoke about it. So there's no question or no lingering back and forth in trying to understand why we're doing something, because that's already been clarified in the budget workshop.
Correct, and if I may say so, those discussions took place with Ms. Dillard and the business office, with each of the directors, each of the campus administrators, and then followed up by the assistant superintendents when they met with the campus administrators, and myself when I met with the directors. It was a standing item in all the agendas, the budget. So any of the requests that came in on those large purchases were taken into account and transferred over to each of the options that has been presented to the board. Now, I take full responsibility. My understanding from the discussions we had with the board was to simplify the slides and just put it on one page, which would be the overall breakdown of the options to better understand the options and what they entailed. But what you received right now, before the meeting started, is the breakdown of one of the options.
No,
And
I like this. This is great. That's not what I was getting at. What I was getting at was the breakdown in reference to, like Ms. Unger Robles was discussing, with the organizational piece,
Yes, ma'am. So
And this is what was presented to the board before the meeting started, and Ms. Dillard can go item by item and have that review with the board, or however the board would like to proceed. But we can do a presentation or do it right now as far as the breakdown of each of the funds per function. And the discussion can be on the major purchases, but that did happen with the directors at the director level, along with the business office, and that was taken into account in the proposals that are being presented to the board. Now, as far as, so there are no surprises. We are planning to bring a 3-year plan that talks about the major expenses per department, so the board can be aware of this is coming. If it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen on year 2 or year 3. So in that way, like you said, there wouldn't be any surprises and say, where is that coming from? You never mentioned that. So that's coming in the next board meeting, at the latest in the October board meeting, but the 3-year plan has already been completed, and it's just a matter of bringing it to the board to talk about those major expenses. And those major expenses do align to the proposal that the board has received on these different options.
Can you mark the ones that is accounted for within this year's budget?
Yes,
please,
ma'am.
So that we know.
Yes.
Ms. Dillard, I know one of our goals was to be the top 3 paying in all positions. With what is proposed in front of us, would that ensure that we have the top 3 highest paid in all positions?
in all positions, it would put us in the top 5 in all positions, but professional staff, meaning instructional staff, would put us in the top 3. So we have done a salary analysis. Thank you, Mrs. Flores, for that. And she has been able to pull the data that we've been able to share with the superintendent where our staff is relative to not only Bexar County, but the state. And so I'm going to safely and confidently say we're in the top 5 in Bexar County, but I cannot tell you that for other districts. And when we're doing when the comparison is made, it's using TASB, and so they are similarly sized districts, correct?
Okay. And then my second question was, for our auxiliary staff, where would that put us at some of like our hourly salary, or not, sorry, it's been a long day. Our hourly pay, what would put us at like maybe an average per employee? Do we have a number for that?
So I do. I can get that for you here in a few minutes. I do, but it's not, I didn't have it pulled up on my slide so I can automatically share. So give me a few minutes and I will absolutely share it. I'll print it and then share it with you all. So I will tell you that our auxiliary staff received a significant bump last year in addition to the $5 million because we brought every minimum hourly rate to 15. So $15 an hour. So the last year's rate here was anywhere from 6.2% raise to a 22% raise, depending on where the person was in the auxiliary level. And so I can confidently say that. I did do the numbers for this one, but I can't access that in my brain at the moment. So if you'll give me a few minutes to pull it up, I can share.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Are there any other questions?
Is there a specific position that you would like to know?
No, I just know that $15 isn't really a livable wage, again, just because of inflation, groceries, dog foods, everything. It's pretty high.
In some cases, you do have, it ranges from 1582, starting mid 1812, 2013, in the high. For bus drivers, it starts at, if I'm not mistaken, at $19. And that's the first step, and it goes all the way to $28 an hour. So we did do those comparison to those critical positions, and we made sure that we were in the top 3 of the highest paid here in this area. Now, I'd be curious to find out which ones we fell to 4 and 5, because it was under my impression that we were in the top 3 in all positions. But I'd have to go back and go position by position. Do you recall, Ms. Flores, anything that we were?
Not, sir, but it would have just happened within this summer because some of those, we haven't approved any increases yet. And so some of those districts have already done it, so that's where we would drop and we're to number 5, where we're currently.
Thank you.
So with this adjustment, then that would take it back up probably. Likely, yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dillard.
You're very welcome.
At this time, ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Makes a motion, Ms. Faria seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion carries. The time is now 6:21 p.m. and we are adjourned. Okay, moving on to our regular called school board meeting of the Southside Independent School District. Let the record show that there's a quorum present. Jesse Hernandez, present. Ms. Farias?
Present.
Ms. Olivares?
Present.
Ms. Morales Garcia? Ms. Salazar?
Here.
Ms. Silva?
Here.
Ms. Ingrid Robles?
Here.
Thank you. The time is now 6:22 p.m. on Wednesday, July 19, 2023. As President-elect Jesse Hernandez call this regular meeting of the Southside Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. At this time, I'd like to welcome Ms. Farias to welcome our visitors and guests.
Hi.
Welcome, everybody, back from our workshop. For those of y'all just joining us, I hope y'all are having a great summer and staying nice and cool with this heat. And we're looking forward to the upcoming school year. So thank y'all for joining us.
Thank you, Ms. Farias. Please note that this meeting is being held and has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. If during the course of this meeting, the board should determine that a closed or executive meeting or session of the local board is required, then such closed or executive meeting or session can be held as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. This time, if we could please stand again for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And at this time, we do not have any public comment, so we'll be moving forward to item 4, which is our consent agenda. Do I have a motion for approval of consent agenda items A through C?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items A through C.
Ms. Morales Garcia makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Farias seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Sandra Robles?
Yes.
And I just hear none, yes, motion carries. Moving on to presentations. Item A is our monthly conservator report from Dr. Reyna. Welcome, Dr. Reyna.
Good evening, Mr. Hernandez, members of the board, and Mr. Ramirez. Thank you again for having me today. I tell you that my job is really, I have to work myself out of this job. Work myself out of the job of being the conservator for Southside Independent School District, which we've made a lot of progress. And I've shared that with you all throughout this year. I do want to share with you that I'm sure you know, I'm sure you get copies of the monthly report that I need to submit to TEA. And if there are ever any questions that you have about that, to please let me know, and I can answer them. But as far as exit criteria, because we're getting very close to hopefully the end of my stay here, not that I won't miss all of you, but that is the goal, is to improve your Lone Star governance self-evaluation. I think when you all met in I guess it was February, I get my dates mixed up, you all talked about how you wanted to move from the do not meet areas to the meets areas kind of area, and that you had a plan to get there. Well, I know that the plan is in place and that you all are working that plan, and I just encourage you to stay on top of that such that you can, in fact, meet the exit criteria that we've set forth. Though the date has changed, and that changed because we didn't do the self-evaluation as we needed to. We didn't check on the quarterly as we needed to, so it was okay to just move it back a little bit. So you all will be doing that, some of that today and at the next board meeting, I know, and then monthly from there on. Also, another exit criteria was for you all to ensure that the purchasing processes that the district implemented were in compliance with all the best practices. And I know that last board meeting you all adopted a new purchasing manual, which was great because that shows that those processes are in place and that certainly the individuals that are responsible for ensuring that the compliance piece of how you purchase items is in place. And I think you have a director that is well on top of everything that needs to be had as far as purchasing, and then of course your CFO that follows that. The one thing that I need to do to make sure is to do and I've already spoken to Mr. Garza about this, is to do a random sampling of purchasing packets and to make sure that those are in fact in compliance with the best practices. And so I'll be doing that within the next couple of weeks. We'll just get together and just review those. Again, if there are ever any questions about the reports that I submit to TEA, please let me know, and I'm happy to speak with any of you regarding them. And then if you literally have any suggestions about how you can, in fact, get to that very next level or to do even more so, again, let us know, and we'll work that into the expectations. So are there any questions?
Any questions?
If not, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you, Dr. Reyna. Okay, moving on to Palo Alto College on the Alamo Promise. Superintendent Ramirez.
Mr. Board President, we have Vice President of Student Success, Delilah Marquez from Palo Alto College, who will recognize high school staff for their collaboration with Palo Alto College. Ms. Marquez?
Good evening. Welcome, Ms. Marquez.
Good evening. Mr. Superintendent, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, members, and community here tonight. On behalf of Palo Alto College leadership and Palo Alto College President, Dr. Robert Garza, it is my pleasure to recognize the Southside ISD team. My name is actually Tyler Archer, Interim Dean for Student Success. I'm here on behalf of VP Marquez. With me tonight, I have my wonderful enrollment team, our Southside enrollment coach, Ms. Lauren Maldonado. I have our team lead, Ms. Carla Frausto, and our Director of Enrollment, Liz Aguilar Villarreal. We are here to say congratulations to Southside High School and thank you for your continued support and partnership. Southside High School had 87% of your graduating high school senior class complete the Alamo Promise Save Your Seat commitment forms to the Alamo colleges. Congratulations. We are honored to provide the Alamo Promise program. This program provides free tuition to your students. Thank you for entrusting us with your students. And please accept these trophies as a sign of you and your students' great accomplishments. We cannot wait to see them on our campuses this fall. So we have some trophies here for you, and I would like my enrollment team to come help and give these out to y'all. And so, Superintendent Ramirez, we have a trophy for you. Our principal, Mr. Gregory Millater, there we go, thank you. And our college and career readiness facilitator, Rosemary Rodriguez. We have a plaque.
Sorry.
I think she wants us to come on. We can all come on this side, we can get the trophy in the right space. Oh, yeah, you're good right there, you're good. Everyone just come around just like where you are, ladies, actually, if I can have you in front. I know, Ms. Silva and Ms. Rose.
I know, y'all will be able to see me.
I need you guys in front.
Both of y'all. My big self.
Ladies, there you go. Okay, and Mr. Richard, you can be right in the middle, right there next to the lady behind them. There, okay, that's good, that's good. Oh, my, that looks good. Okay, now everyone just.
Just show me with me everywhere I go.
Bring me the trophy. Later, can you, there you go. Okay, awesome. This is a big deal. Big smile, big smiles. Congrats, congrats. Now a round of applause. Yay. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Power to be well. I need that power.
All right, congratulations again. Moving on to update on the Health Clinic Management Care ATC, Superintendent.
Mr. Board President, we have an update on the use of our medical clinic. We have Ms. Diller with a presentation.
Welcome again, Ms. Sitter.
All righty, so things are going well with our Southside ISD clinic. So this is the May update, and I'm going to highlight some slides. You'll be able to see all of the slides there, but some of the slides that I want to address are just from a standpoint of highlighting the summary of the highlights. That sounded better in my head. So I will share with you that we have 957 eligible employees, 39 eligible spouse, 273 dependents, for a total of 1,269 members, participants in our Humana plan. Currently, our clinic is only available for staff that are on the Humana participation plan or participating in the Humana insurance. So I wanted to share with you that we had 59 unique patients, 57 employee patients. I bring this up because when I come back and share with you the number of visits and the number of patients aren't going to equal because some people are going more often. So meaning that staff go in and do follow-up visits and appointments, which is one of the things that the testimonials are sharing, that they very much appreciate having access to something here. So if they have a little cold or something along those lines, they can go to the clinic, not have to clock out, which is a benefit to them, and they do have to tell their supervisors in regards to that so that no one's looking for them. But I wanted to point that out. So you'll see here who our healthcare providers are, the employee, the dependents, and the total numbers there. And then the visits are 82. So that's the reason why the visits are identified, but 59 of our staff members are going. Please also remember that the previous provider did not have consistent hours, so we are open. The clinic is open. I'm not part of the clinic per se. So Monday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 4, and on Fridays from 8 to noon. And you'll see here the patients, the visits. So we had a all-time high in May with 87 visits. So that's a good thing. And then appointments by day of the week. So initially, I know the board's feedback and concern was to have it open later so that staff could use it. I will tell you that the feedback that we're receiving from staff, one, they really love it, and they're appreciative of nurse practitioner Donald. Gina Donald is her name, but they also appreciate the fact that they can come in at 7. Our elementary schools start really, really early, and so they can be that first appointment there and then be back. And it's just a slight inconvenience for the employee, patient, as well as the campuses, because you can get to almost any campus in the district within 15 minutes. Probably, well, yes, but I got to thinking about the speed limit, so some of us may or may not follow the recommended speed limit. So wanted to share that with you. Here are the labs that have been done, and that's the other thing, that staff who are receiving or taking our Humana insurance have the ability to go in and have blood draws. And sometimes, I know if you've gone to your doctor, that's a whole big rigmarole because you got to get there, you got to wait for them to see you. This allows them to come in. They can make appointments on their phone using the CareATC app. They also can make appointments by calling, and the non-negotiable that we put in place for the clinic is that customer service is a priority. So while we are human and there's some ups and downs, there have only been a couple that have been reported, and once we've identified it, it is something that we have been able to address. And they come back, the patients, because I ask for testimonials, good and bad. When I used to do art committee meetings, I would say, we take concerns, but we also take compliments and try to have the compliments at the end so they can hear that. So I wanted to share that with you. Here are the prescriptions that are written per patient, so about 2.6, which is awesome. They send the patient prescriptions to whatever the preferred pharmacy is, and if those individuals want to use mail order, that is available for them to go as well and get that prescription filled mail order, because that is a less expense than the month. If they do 90 days at a time or mail order, it's better. So they've had a total of 6 referrals, and 6.9% of those appointments have resulted in a specialist referral. So the chronic disease could be asthma, could be allergies, could be anything similar to that, and that's what's in here. You'll see that the hyperlipidemia, which is high cholesterol, hypertension, which is, well, everybody knows what hypertension is, but high blood pressure. Then we have diabetes, and then asthma and COPD, and then obesity. So diagnosis grouping is there, and then you'll see the total diagnosis counts. You'll see the categories here. Patient intake, provider patient experience, follow-up. That is definitely different here than in other physicians. They follow up and ask you either via email or you'll receive a phone call. How was the appointment? Is there anything we can do better? Please share us your testimonials. And I know as Board of Trustees, you hear it all, positive comments, negative comments. So it's always wonderful to have a business or a vendor doing business with us that wants to focus on our non-negotiable of customer service as well as medical care. So here are the fantastic testimonials of the clinic, so we're going to keep that going. They are going to be present at our convocation as well as August back to school bash. I had too many words in my head. So that's also a vendor who is, if you are a participant in our Humana plan, you would have, and I sent a text to Mr. Ramirez earlier today that the text went out to staff if they have a child who is playing UIL sports, as well as all of our students who enrolled have the ability to go to the clinic to get their UIL physical. We've already provided the forms to the facility, and I have been working with facilitating liaison with Nurse Desiree, our lead nurse, as well as the clinic for any immunizations that might be necessary for our early childhood center. So we're working on coordinating that. I'm hoping to have it available by August bash, but that may not, it may happen the next week. So where they can go and take care of that for the young ones. So that's overall what we have going on at the clinic. I know Mr. Hernandez, you asked me previously, were they happy with us and are we happy with them? It's still a yes. So are there any other questions? Awesome.
Moving on to review of financial statements for June 2023 and federal programs update. Superintendent?
Be a champion.
Oh, my apologies. Item D, be a champion after-school program. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, the Cardinal Daycare will no longer service the district. The Be a Champion organization is an option to provide daycare services for this upcoming school year, and we have Ms. Diller with the presentation.
So good evening again. Be a Champion. One of the things that we also take into account as District Board of Trustees and Superintendent is to make sure that we can do as many offerings as we can for our staff to help them with one, coming to work, and then daycare. So the Cardinal Care is no longer going to be in existence. So the district, the business office reached out. We did as much research as we could to identify any of the available vendors or organizations that could support. Be a Champion was one that was best quality in regards to being able to provide the service. There are several different organizations in the city of San Antonio as well as Bexar County, but due to our location, they limit their services for us. Or the services are not available because we're so far south. Does that make sense? Yes, okay. So Be a Champion is going to offer this. It's $45 per child per week, which is significantly lower than having a child go to daycare. And we also did send out a survey, or Be a Champion did. 160 respondents responded. 130 said they will need after-school care. 107 of them are willing to enroll their child in Be a Champion. So if the board approves the MOU, Mr. Ramirez will sign. We will get that to Be a Champion tomorrow, and then they will start sending out the communications to the respondents, as well as any other marketing material. An additional bonus for you all as Board of Trustees, and Mr. Ramirez, he knows this, but this is new for you all, is that the Be a Champion daycare or after-school facilities, or after-school supervision is how I call it, is going to be at Menchaca. It is going to be at all of the elementaries. There are other respondents who had students in the secondary level. No one responded saying they needed daycare or wanted daycare, so that is the reason why it will only be at those campuses. And so that is the district taking the initiative to make sure that we're including all of our stakeholders so that they can do. This is a fabulous opportunity for students because Be a Champion is ranked very high in the Better Business Bureau, so I did the research there. They've been in existence for well over a decade. They were actually a previous vendor of the district where they worked with the after-school care then and provided it free of care because they had funding at that point. So they do a lot of federal grants and things like that to offset the cost, and so that's why this was ideal. And then the staff will be given the opportunity to apply and work with Be a Champion on those campuses to be able to supervise the kids they're already connecting with. Additionally, Be a Champion has rigorous curriculum. It is not TEKS based, but it is going to be on target and reinforcing what the students are already learning in class. So overall, I tried to make that as short as possible. So that's where we are. Are there any questions? Yes.
Okay, Jessica.
Questions? Ms. Salazar?
Oh, okay. So how are we helping out the families that may not be able to afford the daycare? I understand that the cost
Understand.
is low, but do they have a scholarship program, or is there something, do they base it on a sliding scale,
So I understand.
according to their income?
Well, I think I understand, so let me check for understanding. So you're wanting to know if any staff member or a parent is wanting to use the facility or the service, if they do not have, if they are unable to afford it, what are the options? I will tell you that at the moment, there's nothing that's advertised, but Be a Champion is going to be one that works in partnership with the district. So I will absolutely reach out to them, Be a Champion, and see what options they have available to do that. Right now, the reason why it wasn't an option on the table is because when we sent out a survey, everyone had the opportunity to respond and say that they couldn't afford it. But the responses, Be a Champion did not receive any responses. And this was not a survey the district initiated, it was from Be a Champion. I will tell you that the fabulous communications and marketing team assisted. We did a Blackboard shout out, that's not what you call it, but an announcement as well as a staff email. So it went out to the community as well as the staff. So I will inquire and give you an update.
I would like to know about that, because, there's a lot of parents that work in a lower income, but they have to work later and they can't afford it, so. if we
Understand.
can-
Please know that the Be a Champion is only for up to 3 hours after school ends. So Menchaca ends at 2:30, so their 3 hours would be 5:30. Certainly, but I will get you that information and share it with Mr. Ramirez as soon as I get it. And then he will share it with you all.
Any other
Yes, ma'am.
questions? Ms. Salazar?
Lisa.
Okay, Ms. Salazar had a question.
Why are we not using our own staff and running our own program? Utilizing maybe utilizing a professional overseeing, but utilizing our paraprofessionals and our teachers' aides to kind of run the show as they're allowed to apply for them. But why not use our own or start our own?
So, depending on what option the board goes with, the flexibility that we have would dictate when those services would be able to be provided by our staff. We have tutorials that run until 5 o'clock, and of course, parents have that option if they want to have their children stay for tutorials. However, to do that and to budget for that amount from day one until the last day of school would be quite an expense to the district to pay the staff. And it's something that we can review and see what we can do, depending on the number of staff that would be needed to serve each of the campuses. It would be all 5 elementaries. So it would be a budget constraint if we were to do that, to offer it from day one until the last day of school. So we looked for something that was inexpensive, and that I'm hoping that with discussions with them, that they'd be willing to help the families that cannot afford it. It'd be $45 a week, and for those hours, the 3 hours after school. So if the board, and again, this is not something that requires board approval, but we wanted to make sure that the board was aware of what was being proposed. And if the board feels differently and feels that, you know what, we want to look into our own staff doing it, they did offer that in case there are staff that are interested in working for them, that they would do that and that they would pay our staff for those services.
Can we maybe look at, like, pilot this program this year, but maybe look and see how much it would cost us, or the interest in maybe someone running it and our paras getting extra pay to
Yeah.
actually run it?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Ms. Silva, you have a question?
Okay, it's basically been answered. I just wondered, would we have to shell out money? It's kind of like, we used to have, not the Y, but,
Cardinal's Nest?
no, we used to have a company that came and would take care of students over at Freedom.
Okay.
But anyway, I was just wondering, we wouldn't have to shell out money, they wouldn't fall under our budget or anything? They
For
wouldn't get?
this current proposal does not have any expense to the district. It would just be the facilities used. They will be able to use the facilities at the campus around. I will say it will be an additional benefit to transportation because I know the Director of Transportation has shared, while he's always gracious and wanting to help the district in all means, transporting students from one campus to another to be taken care of for Cardinal Care was a added complexity. This frees that up and allows for other activities that the Director of Transportation could do. I will also say it's a benefit to staff because if staff choose to work with this particular vendor, not any reflection on how public school districts are paying, but we do not pay into Social Security. So that's a benefit for the staff who would be able to do that. They wanted to work on their Social Security quarters. And if you want me to explain that further, I'm happy to. But so the benefit is that the kids get to stay at the campus that they're at. The benefit is that there's no additional transportation. The benefit is that staff as well as parents would have the opportunity to have an additional 2 to 3 hours to have their kids supervised and focus on keeping them safe, healthy, as well as working on their social skills. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but since COVID, even the adults are struggling a little bit with please and thank you. Okay, so that works with that. I will tell you that the principals have shared, or the ones that I've spoken to, said that they would really appreciate and want something at the campuses, specifically the early ed as well as the elementary. So I will say this so that I can say it out loud and make sure that you all hear me say this. While a public school cannot require any student to be potty trained to come to school, that is going to be one of the requirements for Be a Champion for Menchaca. Now, here's the benefit for that, because I see heads move to the left. The benefit to that is it helps the Menchaca teachers help, if they aren't, get them there a little quicker, because sometimes we move a little slowly when we're parents. I'm a grandmother, and so I don't think I've said no to my granddaughters yet, by the way. So one of those things. So I wanted to share that with you, but that will be shared with them up front. So if a parent participates, they will know that expectation. They will work with the Menchaca staff and any elementary campus to assist. It won't just be one and done, but I just wanted to let you know that was there because I'm certain that will come up when they say, well, you can't make sure my child's potty trained for school, and we cannot. But as a third-party vendor, they can have that requirement. Are there any other questions?
Any other questions? I have a question. In regards to enrollment in the program, is it once you enroll, you have to pay every single week? Or is it optional? 1 week I pay, next week I don't?
So I will verify, but my understanding is, based on the research, you pay if the child is in attendance.
Okay.
So, but I will verify. Now, having said that, I feel the need to say, if they miss Monday and they go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they would still pay, okay?
Any other questions?
And it will only be open when school is in. So on professional development days, it's the exact same thing that was with Cardinal Care, same routine. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay,
Ms. Leonard.
you're welcome.
Okay, moving on to review of financial statements for June 2023 and federal programs update. Superintendent?
Sure, Board President, with an update on the finances for June, we have Ms. Dillard.
Okay, so this is our budget meeting, and so here's an example of why I was following this lead. So we have our general operating fund. You'll see here the budget in green, and I put it in green because that's the green, that's the cash, and then our actual expenditures. So you'll see our actual revenue is $57,454,703. We've currently expensed $61,870,092. Please know that we have one more FSP payment of $3.1 million, which is going to be on the next slide. So we've received the May payment, the June payment, and the July payment of 3.1. So that will coming in on July 20th. So tomorrow it'll hit the bank, but we won't be able to. It'll be there, but it has to process through the nightly, so it'll be processed in the business office on Monday. So I wanted to share that. Useful, purposeful activities to increase the revenue. So we've received June, and this is an update from last month, this slide, and we have July pending, which will be in the bank tomorrow. Our August TEA payments, tax collections are coming in. We are also waiting on funding from TEA based on our supplemental application. Mr. Ramirez signed those June 15th, so we're expecting those any day. And that is for, the business office has been able to negotiate with TEA since they had, I view personally, probably shouldn't say that out loud, the extended COVID, they've had people in and out of the office. So they put their critical people back in the office, but the bonds and areas and those other departments have not been actively in until recently. So January of '23 is when I was able to negotiate with TEA that they go back all 4 years that they haven't processed, get those processed so that we'll get those before the end of this fiscal year. So one of the innovative ways of persistence paying off. So TEA supplemental payments, we talked about the projected end of the fiscal year '23 budget is going to be within balance. I shared that with you, and that's because some of the activities. Our investment program, we are also changing the fact of running accounts payable checks from a weekly basis to bi-weekly, so it'll be aligned the same time we're doing payroll. One, because the faster you have access to spend money, typically you spend. Also, it allows us to keep our balance of cash from our operating expenditures as well as fund balance cash, that is cash, in the bank accounts, and we have 5 as a district. Of those, we have 2 that have very high, well, the highest that they will give a governmental entity the return. So the longer we can keep the money in there, the more revenue that the district can produce. So Mr. Ramirez graciously agreed to allow us to change from weekly processing to bi-weekly. Just requires a little bit more planning for travel and for bus trips and things like that, but it's nothing that our superb staff can't handle. So actuals for 240, which is our child nutrition, and so you'll see here the budget as well as the actual. So they've received more money actually in revenues than they have spent. That's why this is a stellar program, and we're going to get all of them to that exact same spot. So one of the things that the Director of Child Nutrition has agreed to is for this upcoming year, we will be implementing indirect cost. She suggested it, I just jumped on it after she said that. So we'll be able to have indirect costs coming out that are eligible for child nutrition federal funds to come into the 199, which is additional revenue for this upcoming, proposed for this upcoming school year. And it'll allow access for child nutrition to have 199 funds earmarked for child nutrition to do things that 240 money can't pay for, like permits for construction and various different things. So 240 is now just straight for the food and the paper products, and now indirect costs will allow some autonomy in 199 as well. So next year you'll see that process. Then we also have our debt service, and so we have debt service payments twice a year, February as well as in August. So August 15th, the processing for those debt service payments kind of hurt my soul a little bit because they're so high, but we have, with the fact that we did our INS tax rate is at 36 cents, and I'll double check, then we've been able to produce $9 million, and so we've been able to take care of that. So to address some of the needs assessments that have come up in budget planning with directors as well as campuses, that is going to be a source. Mr. Ramirez gave me the autonomy to move forward and talk to the district's financial advisors, so we're looking at creative ways that will allow us to finance some of the bigger purchases short term versus other options. And so we'll be bringing those to you as well. And then the federal programs update. Additionally, going back to the 199, here are all of the teal identified grants. You'll see here that we have $1.1 million still left to draw down for Title I. So when I was sharing with you that we have $3.1 million coming from FSP, all of these funds here, with the exception of the one at the top, it says the 2022-2024 silent panic alert for $17,142. That will not be drawn down because at the moment the district has not decided to spend. That's for the silent alarm tied to the new Alyssa bill. And so because this district has done such a fantastic job of being in our audit compliance, we've done well with our audit safety. I credit Chief Tiarina as well as Deputy Chief Zaragoza for working collaboratively to make sure that happens. We have some flexibility on when to spend. You'll see the end date for that one is July 30th of 2024. I share this slide this way with you because at the direction of Superintendent Ramirez, we are doing drawdowns monthly versus previous years quarterly. So you'll see that, and so that also makes the cash flow faster from TEA. Are there any questions about this slide? So cumulatively, what we have coming into the district for reimbursement, because federal grants are just grants in general, you have to spend out of 199 and then you get reimbursed, is 2.4 million. Okay, I'm pressing the, so then that is the final slide for the federal programs updates. I know that Ms. Rincon and I have been talking about collaborating for some other local grants. I've also been meeting with the City of San Antonio commissioners as well as other areas to do fundraising. So as I said before, I'm not afraid to pander for a good cause, and the district is a good cause. So are there any questions?
Any questions? No questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
Go back.
Okay, moving on to new business. Item number 1, discuss and consider approval of the 2023-2024 proposed budget. Superintendent Ramirez.
Mr. Board President, for the adoption of the 2023-2024 budget, we have Ms. Dillard.
So in regards to the discussion that came before, if you'll put the budget presentation back up for me, please. Thank you. So here's the proposed revenue. And the property taxes, of course, are ad valorem taxes as well as our delinquent taxes. I will share that Linebarger has done a really good job of working on our delinquent taxes. They have a collection rate of about 97%, so that's awesome, and we want to continue that. But I just wanted to point that out. And then, of course, the other revenue. And then here is salary option 1 with, as of course, based on any recommendation to or feedback from the board on how you would like to either implement this or tweak this, is there at 3.8 million. Then we have option 2, which shows the total cost of the district as 5.3 million. Tweak and or approve as presented. And then 5.5 million is option 3. Then option 4 is 3.7 million. And then option 5 is 5.6 million. So I await your guidance, direction, and feedback.
Any questions?
I have one question. So, out of all the options, all of the raises is gonna come from 199, and we're not gonna utilize, because I know 240 is a separate budget, separate everything. So we're not gonna give 240 a pay raise out of 240, we're still using the 199 as we all.
So the compensation plan would be, if the raise for 240 would come out of 240, because that's how the employee distribution goes. When I have spoken to TEA as well as Ms. Ramirez, that is allowable. So if you have additional information, then let me know. Because all salary that comes, all compensation that comes, that's approved with the compensation plan based on this is based on the item, the fund. So if an employee is funded in 199 or 240 or 255, the salary is attached to that fund.
Okay, so with that being said, then, and I'm gonna go out on a limb here, so child nutrition is a standalone budget, pretty much, for the district. They fund themselves, they are, Ms. Ramirez has done very well with her balance, as you can see. So is it possible that we can make sure that we're competitive? Because I know Ms. Morales Garcia was talking about, concerned about auxiliary, right? So can we make sure that whatever we do, we can do separate from for 240, because 240 has a different that's a different baby altogether.
It is.
So, so I want to make sure that we can be competitive in that area, because that's a hard area to sustain, and they work hard.
They do. They
work
do a
very
fantastic
hard,
job.
as well as every other auxiliary person in this district. As you know, I'm custodial as well as child nutrition, but it's just a different type of work, and it's easier to look at that group because they fund their own. We're not funding them. So let's keep that in mind, whatever we decide or whatever we do. And I'm not saying that that has to be part of right now, but maybe afterwards, because it is the 240 fund that we're looking at. Maybe we discuss that at a later date with competitiveness, you know, after we get some data from around the area.
So I will say that in talking with the Director of Child Nutrition, Mrs. Ramirez, that once we have identified that if the board chooses this raise for 199, the proposed budget in 240 has the funds to cover this. So the auxiliary staff would get the bump out of 240 as well. It's just, but that's part of the compensation plan. So if you approve this for 199, then it becomes the compensation plan for all staff. I'm sharing this with you with this specificity to show you what the maximum dollar amount of cost would be for the raise if all of it was funded out of 199. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because I'll go back to, the budget is built on 1,060 employees as of yesterday's information. It's built on we have active staff, full-time staff of 986 unless human resources hired people today. I don't have that number because I'll be honest, I didn't speak to them about that. So this allows for the adoption, the support, and the compensation plan, and I'm doing this because HR is on this side of me over here. So that's how it's been done in the district for, at least I know for the last 3 years. I'll speak to as long as I've been here. So when we presented the budget to you all, that this maximum raise is here, and once you do that, then it addresses the compensation plan. So when the board adopts the budget, 240, and everyone in the district, that is actually the superintendent's expectation is, will get the bump. And 240 has that value already in there, and that's the reason why I said that we spoke to Mrs. Ramirez, and I spoke, and she's already identified through TDA, it can be done.
Right.
So, okay. So did I answer your question? So if this, no?
I think the ask is, you know, taking a look and comparing the salary, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak, but taking a look at the auxiliary compensation across the region.
Okay.
And making sure that whatever gap we have from where we're at, making sure that we fill that gap and taking those dollars from 240.
Okay.
For 240 staff, because you know I can only stay in 240. It can't go outside 240.
I understand. So I'm gonna check for understanding. So the staff analysis using TASB for the local area, Bexar County, as well as this, similarly is what I shared we've done, Ms. Maribel and I have worked on, or I've read the paper she gave me from TASB to show that. So you're wanting us to make sure that our 240 staff right now is competitive, and if they are not, you want us to make them competitive as well as do this.
Well, yes, come back,
Okay.
come back.
And share that information, absolutely, we can do that.
You know, okay.
And that can definitely be done, and we can bring that comparison. Just for the board to know that for the most part, for child nutrition, transportation, for the starting salary or the starting hourly rate, when you do the whole year, and let's say that we do a bump of $3,000, that would equate to about a 13% increase for a child nutrition worker. So it's that 13%, and then we can do the comparison with the neighboring school districts, and then if we are below that, I mean, regardless of what it is, we'll bring it to the board and show that comparison, and then the board can let us know how to proceed.
Any other questions? Okay, so at this time, do I have a motion for approval of the 2023-2024 proposed budget with option selection?
I'll make a motion that we approve the 23-24 proposed budget.
Oh, sorry. So don't we have to discuss among us?
We can,
Which option we're gonna go with?
Which option we're gonna go?
So we just,
definitely.
so we need to
Discuss. an
discuss.
option. Yes.
So can I start then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm in favor of the option 4, mainly because of the salary in the TRS. That's the one, the TRS
Compensatable?
yes.
Any additional comments?
I also like number 4, but I also am looking at number 3 just because it has the retention stipend, and it also has, I mean, they're still getting their raise, but in addition to the raise, it also puts them at a goal obtainment stipend. So combined with the goal obtainment stipend and their salary increase, it would kind of overdo number 4 a
It
little.
does, but it's not TRS.
Yeah.
It's not TRS.
It doesn't count towards.
Yeah, so when
But
she-
we
when
have
you-
TRS employer contribution on there, so it's not the same thing.
So the TRS, that means that that's part of the cost to the district. So every employee has a base salary and then what we consider fringe benefits and our TRS requirements. Some new staff members, we have to report to TRS that they are a zero experience teacher, and so the rate that we contribute to the zero experience teacher is a little higher than the rate for an experienced teacher. So when I'm looking at when I have this listed here, employer contribution, that's going to be our fringe benefits and all of the stuff that's tied to, in addition to. This particular option, I just want to clarify, Ms. Morales Garcia, that's a mouthful. Very nice name, though. Is that this is all goal attainment with the exception of the new teacher. The new teacher is the only one that's going to have, in this option, an increase to their base salary.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Ellis?
I could support 4 because it does go towards a TRS, and it's, I know it's the lower of the 5, and we don't know what the state's gonna do, so I mean, and we're not putting ourselves in a bind to where it's gonna get us in trouble, but we are still competitive within the region.
If I can add some input, I will tell you that the state is probably not going to do anything.
No. Are you a half glass empty in this scenario right now?
I actually know because they just signed and died last Friday on the last property tax bill, which they removed the amendment to add the bonuses. So that will not happen.
So I'm unhappy, or I feel validated that my half glass full in this instance is correct, but thank you for that update. Thank
Yes,
you for
it's
that.
unfortunate, but
It
yes.
is unfortunate.
Any other discussion? Ms. Cruz?
I like option 4, but I also like option 3. It's a really tough call on that one because I like the goal attainment.
I like option 4.
Can we
But I
just
think
kind of,
I can support 4, if that's what we're all on.
Superintendent Ramirez, can you kind of explain the importance of having your salary tied to the TRS?
So, when it's tied to your actual salary, when you retire, they take the 5 best years and come up with an average, and it will give the employee what it is they're gonna get at retirement. When you do the goal incentive, that doesn't go towards the salary. If you have a payment like for an incentive for transportation, for mileage, that doesn't go towards the salary. So in this option, it does go towards the salary, and so at the time when the employee wants to retire, then their salary would be higher and the average would be higher, which would mean that they would get more money at the time of retirement. So just know that all these options are being proposed in addition to the step that the employee would get for the next year of work. So just know that this also includes the additional step that each employee has available for them.
And that the step has already been included in the dollar amounts that are in the options on this page. So when you see $51,022,384, that includes the step if the employee is on a step. So this is professional teachers. This is also the bus drivers in regards to that. And that is built on 986 employees, like I said, just to give the specification.
So in regards to salary number 4, is there a possibility it would be open to possibly instating a retainment stipend? Just because we're really trying to keep our teachers?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Put a stipend, number 4.
On number 4.
So, if I may, sir, option 5 does include a stipend plus an increase in the salary. That can be tweaked to lower the overall expense if the board chooses to do that. And the incentive would be included along with an increase in salary. Again, all these numbers can be adjusted as however the board would like to make those adjustments. So, for the last 2 years, the employees have received the gold incentive. It is something that I'm sure that they're expecting it, but an explanation to them that they are informed that it went towards the salary, I think they would be in favor of that as well. But if you have a combination of two, where it goes to the salary and also for the goal attainment, that might be where it would make the employee a little bit happier.
I have a question. So the number 5, their salary, the raise would go towards their TRS also?
So in option 5, the 1165 goes towards the salary of every single employee, plus the 2,600 for the goal attainment.
For TRS?
The TRS would be 1165.
For every employee.
Because it didn't have it down here, so that's why I thought it wasn't reported to TRS. Yeah, that changes things.
Because then I'm gonna change my.
But if I may, sir,
Yes, sir.
just be aware that the expense on that is $5,651,000. So that minimizes the flexibility that the district has on any kind of adjustments or for expenses that weren't planned for throughout the year. So it minimizes the flexibility, but as of right now, for what has been budgeted, we would be within budget.
So, our salary option 4, that still compensation-wise puts us in the top in the
The top
region.
3.
All of these options will keep us in the top 3 for professional staff and things like that. So top 5, when we said that earlier, all of these options are going to catapult us back to where we were as in comparison to last year. The reason why I'm saying top 5 now is because we are, other districts have already adopted their budget, and so they've been reported as that. But none of the districts who have adopted their budget have had these salary options. Like our lowest one would have been their highest one. Does that make sense?
So looking at option 4, and only the professional line, because if we take into consideration what Ms. Salazar said, then if we look at just the professional, then where would that stand for option 4 across the region?
Looking at just the professional, where does that put us for salaries? Then I would say we would be in the top 1 or 2. So 20. So based on the salary studies that we've done, the $2,642 is going to put us in, if not the first, it's going to put it, for all instructional staff, it would put us first. But one of the options, of course, was to focus on the zero experience teacher. So 1 or 2, but I can verify that tomorrow to give you that information, but I'm confident in saying 1 or 2.
Because from earlier calculations, the zero teacher would be at $61,777.
With a $1,165 increase, yes. So that puts them, zero experience teachers, number 1. So that's why I'm saying I'm confident to say we would be 1 or 2. Now, still know that, I'm sure, because Southside is, they say the sincerest form of flattery is imitation. So there still are a couple of districts who are going to adopt their budget. But that does not mean that you all take that information and don't come back and say, we want to give them more. I don't necessarily know any employee is going to say no to that, but you can always make the adjustment. after the fact. If you adopt and say, oh, well, they've announced that they're number one, we would like to do this. It's not my preferred recommendation, if anybody was asking, but it can be done.
Ms. Hanser?
Number 4 is the lowest, and as I said in previous meetings, I think we just need to be careful, and we need to be aware that, you know, the state hasn't moved, and may not move, so we can always come back and readdress, but what we can't do is we can't undo.
That is
So,
I'm going to co-sign that comment, yes. So once, whatever you decide is a base increase has to stay. There's no legal option for the district board of trustees to remove salary without going through a lot of red tape and bad publicity.
Especially, we don't know what's coming forward, right, and the unexpected.
And option 4 would give us the most wiggle room for an emergency, or?
Yes, and the reason why I say that, and I'm going to co-sign what Mr. Ramirez said, it gives us, this option does give us more wiggle room, flexibility with the dry heat that's been coming in. We've had a lot of emergencies with pipes underground because we had a lot of rain in the spring, so the grounds were saturated. Now we haven't had rain in I don't know when, and so the grounds are shifting, and so those type of, no one can plan for those. I just know that they're going to happen. I'd rather have wiggle room and come to you and say, I'd like to do an over $50,000 purchase, and we have the money available to do it. We're going to redirect some things versus coming and saying, may I have some money from fund balance? Because if you all look at me the way Mr. Ramirez looks at me when I use those two words together, I'd rather forego.
So my only other question would be, if we were to support option 4 and we're taking away the goal attainment, what are we going to do for accountability purposes?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all the question.
So would the board consider that the salary increase be, let's say in this case, $1,165 or $1,200, and the remaining difference between the $2,320 and the $1,200, that it becomes $1,000 for the goal incentive? So you get the salary increase, you have the goal incentive, which assists us with accountability because staff will strive to do better to attain the goal, but the expense would not change. It would be still $3,767,000. So just taking a little bit from the salary increase and putting it in the goal incentive, but at the end, the total expense would be the same.
I would be in favor of that, just because we're already taking away from the retention, we're already taking from their goal. No, I know, but it's not 100% guarantee that they will meet their goals.
Yes.
Ms. Hanser?
but that's why you do that, so that they have the drive to actually achieve it. So, I mean, it's a catch-22, and I hear you. I mean, this is a for sure thing, and we give it. But if you're wanting to go out there and give retention, then, or goal retention, then they need to meet the goal. I mean.
But I wouldn't want to do that to like our auxiliary staff or those staff members who might be facing life crisis or.
So, and if I may, sir, just know that the criteria for the goal attainment is something that is very reachable. Like, for example, say that you must be in attendance 95% of the time. You must clock in and clock out 95% of the time. Something that is just the minimum effort you would meet the criteria. So it's not something that is just the expectation is really high where it's not attainable. It would be minimum expectations, but just with the understanding that the employee will do the bare minimum or their job to be able to meet the goal. So all the criteria has always been something that's reachable and the minimum expectation of any employee.
And I totally understand that. I wouldn't, personally.
That's kind of why I go back to option 3.
3?
Because you do have the goal attainment there. I know it's not part of the TRS, but you have the goal attainment with the salary increase. That seemed to work the last time around.
$2 million more. And you're gonna crush them on their budget.
So then why don't we just vote on it as is?
As is what? You have no option.
No.
No, as is option 4.
That's
Thoughts, Jesse?
What are thoughts on Super's recommendation of adjusting option 4? To include a goal attainment but reducing the salary increase? That was your recommendation.
Just for the board to consider, but if you're not in agreement, by all means, whatever the board would like to do.
If we were to do that, what would that put our auxiliary staff at? Because I wouldn't want them to take a
Would it
huge
just be
cut.
from the professionals that were, or
So in total, it counts towards the salary of the employee. So in the scenario that was brought up over the child nutrition worker, it would be a 13% increase in their salary. And so, but part would be in salary and the other part would be in goal attainment.
But would that also be the same towards our bus aides, our paraprofessionals in the classrooms?
Yes.
So, Ms. Dillard, for option 3, just curious, if you entertain me for a minute, if we're to remove the retention stipend, what would that look like for our budget?
Okay, so on option 3, we are removing the $700 retention stipend, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so let me go back to the presentation and hit refresh. So option 3. Okay, so it changes the value it reduces it to 4.3 million. I'm going to repost this section to the PowerPoint presentation so that everyone can see. And I will ask technology to change it, to refresh in just a second.
If I'm not mistaken, it comes out to 742,000, the savings.
Technology, could you refresh this PowerPoint or the Google Slides? And then show it again. So on slide 3, it reduces it to 4,531,929. I'm gonna double check my formulas, because we took out the $700 retention stipend. And with the retention stipend, it was 5 million. 5. Is that what you have on your slide? So reducing the $700 retention stipend for 1,060 employees changes it to 4,531,929. So about $1 million and roughly $1 million in savings.
And so just to keep me on track, the salary increase, or here, there's no, it doesn't go to TRS because there's not a base salary increase, correct?
So it will not be reported as a TRS compensatable in this scenario, in option 3. We have goal attainment, we have supply stipend, and so all of this will be income. So the feds will get their part, but as far as TRS, there will not be a representation.
The qualifier to be TRS?
The it has to be base salary.
And the base salary, that's what's on the books?
That's, yes, sir.
Any other thoughts?
I'm I mean, as a retiree, I understand how important that TRS is. and-
TRS is important because
Yeah,
they're not
it made a big difference in my decision to retire. So it's a big deal.
And actually, when you retire, you don't get raises, you don't get cost of living, you get nothing.
That's very true.
And so everything that you can put into TRS now will benefit you at retirement time.
So your thoughts would be option 4 as written?
Option 4, TRS.
No changes?
No changes. No, I'm good with option 4. I don't know about the supply stipend. That, I'm really quite unsure why there's a 300 stipend. Because the last time they got it, I heard a lot of negative things about it. That it wasn't used for classroom supplies. And so why not take that 300 supply stipend and give it to the campus and let the campus get the supplies that the teachers need? That's the way we've done it before. Each teacher would have a line item that says $300 for whatever class, whatever teacher. And then they would draw on that to get whatever supplies they needed.
And not tennis shoes.
And not tennis shoes. So, yes. So the supply, I don't know if that's really all that important. I think it could be put back into the campuses and let the campuses deal with it and issue whatever supplies the teacher might need, as well as the auxiliary and everybody else.
Jesse, could we possibly make it into a goal or a retainment stipend instead?
The $300?
Mm-hmm. So it's still going back to our employee.
Is there, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, Ms. Silva.
is there a budget that addresses supplies on every campus?
Yes. Yes, there's a budget on every campus that addresses the supplies. There are some campuses that have that, and I will say specifically, there's a budget for, at the elementary, it's more specific in regards to that, because we have a couple of campuses that will allocate so much money per grade level, as well as what the teachers get with the $300.
With that, they buy their construction paper, their pencils, their colors, whatever else?
Yes, whatever the campus, as well as the staff, decide they need based on their campus improvement plan, because that's how it's tied to it. How the district spends money has to have a written plan to support that. But yes, at the secondary levels, there's funding there as well, but it's a little different because they, of course, have elective classes, they have CTE classes. So those there is access, there is available funding for supplies, yes, on every campus.
Yes, Mr. Dennis. Just know that the year is very long for our employees, and employees, just like any other adult, when the money is put into the salary, it's a one-time deal, and they receive their payment on a monthly basis. But the experience that we've had with staff is that these supply stipends of $75, they get them quarterly. And we're a little bit lenient with the expenses that are allowed, but it gives an opportunity of the staff member to receive something on a quarterly basis that's coming from the district, and us showing that appreciation to our employees. The goal attainment is also intended with that purpose, that we show our appreciation to our employees and that we are giving back to our employees not only their monthly or biweekly pay check, but on a quarterly basis, the $75 that they receive, At the end of the semester, if they meet that minimum criteria, they get their $750 or their $1,000 during Christmas time. And then to close out the year when they're just tired and they've done everything that's been asked of them, and then they get rewarded again at the end of the year for getting that minimum, meeting that minimum expectation. I think that distinguishes Southside from other school districts that don't do that type of reward system. It's just added to their salary or done a retention at the beginning of the year, and then it's forgotten. So we don't have that communication with our employees saying, thank you, and by the way, here's $75 for what you may need for your office, for your classroom, whatever position that you have. So it's just our way of having that communication with our employees and showing that appreciation throughout the year. And it's not just a one-time deal, and then everything else, do this, do that, do this, do that, but there is no compensation tied to it or any kind of reward tied to the work that the employee does. So just, if you can just take that into consideration, that's the reason why it's done.
So, the teachers get the stipend, or the office workers. There will be no, not penalty, but if, say, they need materials or supplies for their desk or whatever, there will be no one telling them, get it with that $75.
So any employee that requests something where the campus is supposed to provide because they have a supply budget, it should be provided to the employee. The bare essentials, stapler, paper, all that needs to be provided by the campus.
Right.
The $75 comes to play, let's say the employee wants to use the $75 for rewards for their students, then they spend the $75 in something for their students. If the employee would say, you know what, my shirts don't fit anymore, I want to get a new Cardinal shirt, then they are allowed to purchase the shirt as well. We do ask for receipts, but we are lenient as far as what expenses are made. We can become a little bit more strict if the board asks us to do that, but just know that it's just a message to our employees on a quarterly basis. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Here's $75 for anything that you may need that the campus has not provided. But yes, the campus is supposed to provide the essentials.
Mrs. Morales Garcia?
So I don't see, not that I don't see the points, I don't see much usage when it comes to the $75 for our auxiliary staff. Like say you're a child nutrition worker, would that count towards their shoes or?
Yes, so if the, let's say that the nutrition worker would like to buy an apron and because it has flowers or something else that they saw that they liked, it lends itself to the work that's being done by the employee. So let's say an employee feels, you know what, my shoes are torn or they're feeling uncomfortable. I just got $75. I can purchase these tennis shoes. Then that employee can do that as long as there's some kind of use towards the activities of that position, whatever that position calls for.
Thank you.
So a
So
security guard could get
can I throw another wrench?
Yes.
So, listening to everything and trying to take into consideration the quarterly, and also being cognizant of this TRS submittal there, one thought I had was if we were to remove the $300 quarterly supply stipend, I'm concerned about the goal attainment, right? I want to have a goal attainment there, something to look forward to work towards, and especially if it's you know, some effort but minimal effort. Would there be any consideration to possibly removing the $300 stipend, so that's $300 there, and then taking $300 from the salary increase for each one? Ms. Reina.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez, could we ask the board members to speak into the microphone? Because from here, we cannot understand a thing that's being said.
Thank you for that. appreciate the feedback. So again, my thoughts were in regards to removing the $300 supply stipend, but also taking a decrease on the salary of $300 for each of the three, which is auxiliary, professional staff, and administration. So that's $600, and then adding an additional dollar amount of $400 to the budget, so that would equate to a $1,000 goal attainment that would be paid quarterly to meet the quarterly item that superintendent was discussing. So that would achieve that. It would achieve being able to hold accountability for goal attainment, but it would still capture a large portion, about 85% of the salary increase that was recommended in towards the TRS goal. And so
And
not
this is
100
for option 4, correct?
Option 4, correct. And so we still meet about 85% of the TRS goal. We get the goal attainment perspective in there, and then we also provide something to each employee on a quarterly basis that they would have to do some effort towards, but they would get, at least if they meet it, they would get $250 per quarter.
Can we see that in the?
So-
Can you put that in?
So yes, so using option 4, you want to remove the $300 supply stipend column and add it to, so I'm going to do this so you can see real time. So I'm gonna pop this up, technology. It's gonna say increase options for 23-24. It's gonna go to the top, and this is the one I need you to share. But I need you to go to the tab in this Excel spreadsheet that says increases, salaries, options 23-24. Did you see the email? Did it pop up? Okay, my back's to you, technology. If you're nodding your head, I can't. Okay, so go to option 3 for me. After you get, it's there, you're on the right tab. I just need you to scroll up higher so that I can get to option 3. Now, because I'm blind, can you make it, yeah.
Option 3?
It'd be 4.
thought
If
we
you-
were
I'm
doing
sorry,
4.
Option 4, scroll to option 4. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna scroll on mine. So right now, this is what you had asked to split the
So, Ms.
salary.
Ms. Dillard, the option 4 that we have does not have a goal attainment.
Option 4 does not have a, see all the work so I may not have the right. So what's the, it's what, sir?
Yes, sir.
It's 2320, the salary increase for auxiliary staff.
Yes, that was option 4, but when Mr. Hernandez asked to split it, 1165 for the salary, or you suggested 1165 for the salary increase, and then put the rest of it in goal attainment, I made that adjustment then.
No.
So this is 2320?
No, it was removing the $300 supply stipend completely.
Okay. So, 2320,
So-
removing the supply stipend.
Put in our 4.
And
And the
then
goal attainment should be what, sir?
$1,000 for each. And then each of the salaries would be reduced by $300. So 2020, and then 2342 for each of the two following.
Am I getting what you're asking for?
That's perfect.
Okay, so, that reduces, so auxiliary staff option 4, 2020 is the salary increase, $1,000 is the goal attainment, no supply stipend, and I'm gonna put a 0 here to reflect what you've asked. So I'm going to double check my formulas, that's fringe. So, G25 and F25, okay. So doing this option, it reduces it to $2,972,338.
So are we counting the $1,000 in there? It doesn't seem.
So that is C 25. So in here, the formula, if you look here, you'll see, you won't see the formula. The formula is B 25, column B, which is 2020, 1,000 is, okay, so no. Let me add C 25. Okay,
There we go.
so, and then B plus C. And then plus C. Oops, C 27. All right, so let me double check. This should be C 26. And this should be, so now you're gonna make me have to do math in front of people like Mr. Ramirez likes all the time anyway. So, okay, so this cell is B 25, this cell is C 25, and D 25 is 0 times E 25. So then the formula is B 25 plus C. B 25 plus C 25. D 25, so 981,000. So let me check this one. B 26, C 26, D 26 times E 26. Let me check this one. B 27 plus C 27 plus D 27 times E. Then that means this one is F 27 times the fringe, 25, 26, 27. So this is G 27 plus F 27. Okay, so now it's 4,297,338. And there's TRS compensatable, as well as goal attainment, no supply stipend, and that is the maximum. It would be cost of the district at 1,060 staff members.
So it's about a $500,000 increase from, but it's still less than option 3 and option 5.
Still the cheapest option.
And that should still keep us compatible,
From this, oh yes, it will still keep us
Okay.
compatible, competitive, is that? Yes.
competitive, yes, sorry.
Yes.
Any discussion or thoughts, Salazar?
I still say that we keep it the way that it is on 4, and we come back at a later date.
I'm
And
good
look
with
at
that,
it.
too.
You know, I'm not opposed to giving them the goal attainment, but I also think that we just need to be conservative what we do right now until we can figure out what the state's doing.
Can I share a thought? I can guarantee the state's not gonna do anything right now. I mean, they're just not, they're not coming back. They won't
Okay.
go back to session until 2025. If they do go back for another special session, it's for vouchers. It's not gonna be for teacher salaries. That's a no-go. I can almost guarantee that.
So,
I
All right.
like option 4, the way we just did it. It keeps us kind of in between.
That's what we recommend.
We're still in budget, right? With this, we're
this,
still within budget? With this one, right?
with the 4.27, or 4.29, that's still within budget?
Yes.
How much wiggle room do we lose?
About
I'm sorry?
500,000? How much wiggle room do we lose?
Half a million.
I'm sorry, I still can't hear the question.
How much wiggle room do we lose?
How much wiggle
with the
room do we
increase?
need?
Lose.
We lose.
Oh,
Is it about 500,000?
approximately, I mean, based on the original And I'm gonna have to hit undo to be able to tell you what the original number is, because my copy's on the table over there, so.
Or I guess a different way, how much would be remaining for us to have for emergencies that come up? What dollar amount would be available to us?
I'm unable to answer that question specifically because some of our emergencies that have come up have been, they've just been so varied, I can give you an average. Probably in any quarter, we spend anywhere from $100,000 to $115,000 for unexpected things. And when I say that, that's because we have 8 campuses, plus we have offices and things like that. So when the piping happens, or when the director of facilities calls and said, hey, I need this, that's where we go. So the wiggle room from the CFO speaking is going to be as much money available to be able to not have to come to the board and ask for an over $50,000 purchase or fund balance stuff. So I'm not answering your question as, I know you want a dollar amount. Other than telling you what the average is, I don't know what this upcoming year is. I know the age of our buildings some of them are getting pretty old. I know with this heat, HVAC units they're pushing their max. And those HVAC units are just expensive to replace. So wiggle room, the least amount of raise gives the district more flexibility. But I'm gonna stop talking because I feel like I'm rambling now.
What this current year that passed, what percentage of the staff met the goal attainment?
96%. Now, 96% is what Ms. Morales Garcia asked for in regards to receiving it. Some staff received all of it. Some staff may not have hit every goal. So, but 96% of the staff received something for goal attainment, to clarify.
So we go back to the original
So,
option 4.
Ms. Diller, sorry, I have a question.
And
Um,
give
so-
them $75 so they can buy a fan.
Go back to the original option 4, and that way we'll go back to the 3,767,000, and we don't lose that wiggle room in case we need that money.
And we may.
Mhm.
Ms. Morales Garcia.
It's fine. I answered it in my head. We're good.
Okay, let's have a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to accept the 2023-24 base salary increase option number 4 in the amount of $3,767,338.
I second.
Who said second? I'm sorry.
I'll second. Oh, you're second.
Mhm.
Okay, Ms. Lisa Salazar makes the motion, Ms. Unger Robles second, Ms. Farias,
Aye.
Ms. Olivares,
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia,
Aye.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Silva,
Yes.
Ms. Unger Robles,
Yes.
and Jesse Hernandez, yes. Motion carries. Option number 4.
So to verify, I've undone all of the work that we just did. And this is the option in the manner of how you want it broken up. The salary increase, 0 goal attainment, $300 supply stipend, is that correct?
Yes. No goal attainment. Dr. Reyna?
Mr. Hernandez, the board agenda states that your item is the discussion and consider approval of the 2023-24 proposed budget.
Correct.
So,
Oh, we've got to add
Let
that.
me amend the motion.
well, it is, you're adopting the entire budget, and subsumed within that budget is the salary proposal. So how you want to word that is the adoption of your budget, not separate and aside.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll make the motion. We'll go back to it. So you want to rescind it? I'll rescind it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll rescind. I'll make a motion to rescind, so we'll all,
Okay. Ms. Salazar makes a motion to rescind. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Farias seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Unger Robles?
Yes.
And I just hear an yes. Motion is rescinded. Now, do I have a
I
motion?
make a motion to adopt the 23-24 proposed budget utilizing option 4. Let me look at my option 4. In the amount of $3,767,338.
Yes. Yes? Okay.
Okay, second.
Thank you. Ms. Salazar makes the motion, and Ms. Unger Robles seconds. Ms.
Yes.
Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
So the.
Yes. Ms.
technology-
Unger Robles?
Yes.
And I just hear Hernandez, yes. Motion
Technology,
carries.
could you go to,
And they still think there's
okay, so let me share this slide with you so that I can share with the board what the functions look like. So I just shared it with you, technology? In this tab, I need you to go to option 1 in this screenshot. If you go to tab option 1, you'll have to make it small enough for them to see, please. Ooh. Okay, do half revenue, good, just do the expenditure so they can see the function. So just scroll up, yes. So here's what the budget will be for all functions, projected adding $812,000 to fund balance.
Great. Nice.
Yes? Confirming?
Good.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. You can take that off now, technology. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Very good, thank you. Moving on to item number 2, discuss and consider approval of TASB candidate endorsement. Superintendent Ramirez?
Mr. Board President, we would like the board to take a vote on 2 candidates for the TASB board. The 2 applicants, you have them there with your board packet that gives it a biography of where they come from and their experience. So then the board would take a vote on either one of the applicants and then fill out the form for whoever is selected.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Do I have a motion for item number 2?
I'll make a motion that we endorse the incumbent, Rolinda Schmidt from Kerrville, from Region 20.
Ms. Salazar makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Ms. Olivares seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
I kind of like the other candidate.
Oh, let me vote no.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote no. Nay.
Ms. Salazar? Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Unger Robles?
Yes.
And I just unanimous yes. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 3, discuss and consider approval to authorize the issue of purchase orders to the following vendors, publishing companies, Renaissance and Mayan for $89,066.59, Summit K-12 for $59,665, Serious Education Solutions for $132,325.25, Curriculum Associates for $242,942.86, and Sharon Wells for $182,776, in the combined amount of $706,775.70. Superintendent Ramirez?
Mr. Board President, the curriculum renewal for this upcoming school year is up. We have Mr. Garza, Mr. Castillo, and Ms. Diller with the presentation.
Welcome.
Good evening, Board President, Mr. Hernandez, Superintendent, Mr. Ramirez, board members, and members of the community. In coordination with Dr. Spohr and Mr. Castillo, Curriculum and Instruction identified a list of vendors to meet next school year's educational requirements. As you mentioned, we're recommending awarding to Renaissance and Mayan in the amount of $89,066.59. Summit K-12 in the amount of $59,665. Serious Education Solutions in the amount of $132,325.25. Curriculum Associates in the amount of $242,942.86. And last, Sharon Wells in the amount of $182,776 in the combined amount of $706,775.70. I have Mr. Castillo here and Ms. Stiller to support this action.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Olivares?
Yes. What is Ceres Education Solutions and why such a big increase?
We decided to implement it across the board, grades 3 to 12. And before it was limited to only a certain content areas. Now we service all content areas.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion for item number 3?
I make a motion that we approve the issue of purchase orders to the following vendors, publishing companies, Renaissance and Mayon, $89,066.59. Summit K-12 in the order of $59,665.00. Serious Education Solutions, $132,325.25. Curriculum Associates, $242,942.86, and Sharon Wells in the amount of $182,776, in the combined amount of $706,775.70.
Thank you, Ms. Margarita Morales Garcia makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Farias seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Unger Robles?
Yes.
Moving on to item number 4, discuss and consider approval to authorize an award to the lowest and best responsible bid submitted by DHMSA Construction LLC in the amount of $79,736.79 for a new roof at DAEP. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, there's a need to replace the roofs, portable buildings that will be used for DAEP for other purposes for this upcoming school year. We have Mr. Garza and Mr. Monreal with the presentation.
Thank you, sir. The Purchasing Department and Facilities Department are requesting the authority to authorize award to the lowest and best responsible bid submitted by DHMSA Construction LLC in the amount of $79,736.79 as requested by the Facilities Department through Committed Construction Fund Balance Org 002. As stated, the scope of work of DAEP buildings consists of field preparatory work, construction, modification, rehabilitation, removal of debris, installation of a new roof, and final cleanup of all work areas. We received 4 bids, resulting in DHMSA Construction as the lowest bid. So the recommendation is to award to the lowest bidder of DHMSA Construction LLC in the amount of $79,736.79.
Thank you. How old are the portables?
How old are the portables? They are 19 years old.
Okay. And is this their first roof replacement?
Yes, sir. And 20-year roof. And we would be replacing a 25-year shingle. Better quality than what we had.
And the $10,000 contingency, what is that to cover?
That would cover, when you start to uncover the shingles, you may come across some items such as plywood sheets that are corroded and any other thing, unforeseen things that would cover that. It does not mean it'll go the full, they would have to be getting approval from us and show us through actual pictures and visuals that we would have to see what damages are incurred there. So that's what that would cover.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Salazar?
Real quick. I know those portables are very old, but how much do portables run on the market now? For maybe a prefab or?
Right now, I could not answer that because I've not priced them out yet. Just moving a portable, I was telling the super because the consideration to move portables in the future with this company, it's about $7,000 to $9,000 just to move it. To purchase one, from what I was told, is about $40,000. That's more or less what they're running right now. They're in high demand. There is growth in the city, and a lot of people are asking for these portables, so that's high demand is raising the prices to each portable.
But why aren't we doing, I mean, if they're running about 40,000 and we're gonna put new roofs on old ones, why aren't we just buying two new ones?
Yeah, because I feel like
And
79's
eliminate the
pricey.
problems, because I know that there was a lot of problems with those portables at one time.
We have 7 portables there at DAP, 7. It's 19,000 square feet that we're replacing. If you're asking just for 2 front ones, that would be 80,000. But the 5 other portables, we also utilize them for other things, such as storage, things of the supplies, special programs, stores things in there as well. So there's quite a bit of usage of the 7 portables.
And we don't have any of our employees who can do roofing?
None of our employees.
A lot of times they can do in-house, small projects that are like that.
We tried to hire a roofer. We had posted for a roofer. It stayed on posted for like 3 to 4 months, and no one came forward to apply. It just stayed open. Those portables are in good shape because I had put some carpet in there before, so the carpet in there is not where it's corroded. But there are some needs to this roof if you look at them. I mean,
Yeah, I see that.
and also, just to add, if the board decides that you want to move some portables in the future, those would be portables that we can repurpose later on. That would be the plan. I believe there's growth like at Menchaca, as it was mentioned before, and there we would need 2 portables if that would be the route to go. Temporary housing until we would build wings in the future as a proposal. Gallardo also will have some growth, maybe not right now, but there's some planning for that, and we can always move those portables if the board decided to.
And you well know that districts do not like portables. There's no district that likes portables.
No.
In order to, I mean, we've done very well with kind of designing the use of that back there for what it's meant for. But, yeah.
So we've already went out and we do not want to invest too much on these portable buildings due to the fact that the proposal to the board would be that, like, let's say in the case of Menchaca, that 2 additional classrooms would be added to address the high number of students. And the quotes for that is coming around $900,000, $950,000 for 2 additional classrooms. So in the future, the recommendation would be that we move towards construction of actual classrooms and not use these portables. The issue that we have is that, of course, that we have DAP that we will start this year, and we're a month away or weeks away before the students come in. And so we figured that since we were already repairing 3 portables that come below the 50,000, 3 portables are going to be used for DAP. There's 4 additional portables that are used there for storage. However, water is leaking in, and we have some equipment there that might get damaged. So we figured that we would do all 7 portables. But in the future, to address the increase in enrollment, we would like to propose to the board actual construction of classrooms and not the use of portables.
So is this 79,000, is that total overall cost with what you were already doing plus, or is this additional?
This would be the 79,000 just to fix the roofs on the 7 portables, knowing that 3 portables are the only ones that are going to be used for DAP. However, we have equipment and the other 4 portables that we do not want to get damaged.
And
Ms. Silva?
there's leakage already? So we had some horrible rains. Did you all check for mold? Because like they said, those buildings were horrible with mold. So
We did-
what is your maintenance like? How often do you all go in and check them?
They've been checked quite often since we already store stuff in there. The staff will report immediately, hey, I have a leak, I have to move filtration, because we have filters. We have quite a bit of filters in there for HVAC. That's our big storage area, and if it's getting wet, it gets reported immediately. We then put a tarp, to cover the area. We then uncover the ceiling tile, we start to look at the joists, in there, we start to make assessments. Whether, I know that they're old, but I'm gonna say this, they are very, very good condition because I've gone underneath with the gentleman, and the foundation on those is pretty good wood. It's not rotted under there. We have brand-new plumbing because we had a freeze about 2 years ago. We've repaired all those lines. We still need to continue if that's the case in the future. I would not get rid of these portables. I would not sell these portables. These portables serve a purpose. And $79,000 is the lowest bid. The highest bid was $485,000, but we had 4 bids, and this is the best bid that we have, and we're making recommendation so that we can protect the integrity of these buildings.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Sir, would there be any way we could maybe host or house DAEP somewhere else so we don't have to spend $79,000 on portables? Like, could we do like a set C, maybe MOU, or?
I'm not sure if Alamo or the Palo Alto people left already. I don't think that they have the room for us to hold DAP. We're averaging about anywhere from 25 to 30 students at a time. So we do not have any other building, any other facility that would be able to house the students and be separate from the other students. So part of the DAP punishment is that they're away from the regular student body and that they're isolated in a different area. So again, that they don't go back to that behavior because they're no longer with a regular population. So the ideal place in the district would be over there by transportation where they're separate and apart from all the rest of the students.
Has anyone looked at the contract between the school district and the ESC to see if there's any way to cancel the contract? And then maybe look at Thelma and see if the old administrative offices are habitable?
So I don't, and from the last assessment at the Thelma area, Mr. Morial, it's not equipped to house the students.
There's potential, but not 79,000. We're talking a good $5 to $1 million just to upgrade those facilities. We visited them. There's quite an extensive work. There are portables there that are already, we are gonna remove some portables that are there. They're falling apart. But the building in itself, the main building.
Yes.
I walked in there about 6 months ago, and we're cleaning it out, gutting it out, and then whatever the super would recommend for future, that would come later. That would be your call, but an assessment has been made, but it's kind of extensive, more expensive than anything right now.
And I was asking because that was the DAEP 20 years ago. It housed DAP over there before they moved it to over by Heritage. Yeah. Mhm.
All right, any other questions? Okay, do I have a motion for item number 4?
I'll make a motion to award to the lowest and best responsible bid submitted by DHM SA Construction LLC in the amount of $79,736.79 for a new roof at DAP.
Okay, Ms. Lisa Salazar makes the motion. I just Hernandez will second. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Aguirre Robles?
Yes.
And just Hernandez, yes. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Moving on to item 5, discuss and consider approval to authorize an award to the lowest and best responsible bid submitted by Reliance Air and Refrigeration in the amount of $72,997 for the dismantling and installation of a new walk-in cooler freezer at the high school. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, the walk-in cooler freezer at the high school needs to be replaced. We have Mr. Garza and Ms. Ramirez with a presentation.
Thank you, sir. The Purchasing Department and Child Nutrition Department are requesting authority to award to lowest, best, and responsible bid submitted by Reliance Air and Refrigeration in the amount of $72,997, as mentioned, to dismantle and install a new walk-in cooler slash freezer at the high school. Scope of work included a turnkey solution to dismantle the existing unit and install a new one and take the dismantled unit to the warehouse for auction. One bid was received, and so the recommendation is to award to the lowest best responsible bid submitted by Reliance Air and Refrigeration in the amount of $72,997 through object code 6639-001.
Okay, thank you. Any questions in regards to item number 5?
I'll make a motion, and I will commend the price, because I'm paying a whole lot more than that right now for mine. So I make a motion that we award to the lowest and best responsible bid submitted by Reliance Air and Refrigeration in the amount of $72,997 for the dismantling and installation of a new walk-in cooler slash freezer at the high school.
I'll second.
Ms. Salazar makes the motion, Ms. Farias makes her second. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Sangre Robles?
Yes.
I just Hernandez, yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next item, discuss and consider approval to authorize the award to the highest ranked proposal submitted by A Smart Restaurant Supply in the amount of $126,312.81 for the dismantling and installation of 2 serving lines at the Gallardo campus. Superintendent?
Mr. Board President, there are 2 serving lines at Gallardo that need to be replaced, and we have Mr. Garza and Ms. Ramirez with the presentation.
Thank you again, sir. Again, the Purchasing Department and Child Nutrition Department are requesting the authority to award to the highest ranked proposal submitted by A Smart Restaurant Supply in the amount of $126,312.81. Again, to remove the current serving line equipment and install the new equipment under object code 6639-106. We received 2 proposals, so the recommendation is to award to the highest ranked proposal submitted by A Smart Restaurant Supply, again, in the amount of $126,312.81.
Thank you. Ms. Ramirez, welcome. The lines, are they just out of end of life or?
They're currently, they're the original serving lines from the campus. They're 21 years old.
Okay.
They're expected to last between 15 and 20 years. And for the past 2 years, the repairs and maintaining them. And being that we do have an excess fund balance, it allows us and helps to replace all the equipment that is needed to be replaced.
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Okay, do I have any questions in regards to item number 6? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we authorize the award to the highest ranked proposal submitted by A Smart Restaurant Supply for $126,312.81 for the dismantling and installation of 2 serving lines for Gallardo campus.
Okay, Ms. Salazar makes the motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Ms. Morales Garcia seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Sangre Robles?
Yes.
And Jesse Hernandez, yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, before we move on to item number 7, I'd like to do a privileged motion for a short 10-minute recess. If I can, I'd like to make the motion, if I can get a second?
I will second. Oh, sorry.
Okay, okay, I made the motion, Ms. Olivares seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to be taking a 10-minute recess before we transition to item 7. Thank you.
Bad.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, good evening. The time is now 8:35 PM, and we are coming back from our short recess. At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 7, which is conduct interviews of auditing firms, discussion, and take action to select an auditing firm. Superintendent Ramirez.
Mr. Board President, the board has been asked to be part of the selection committee for the district's external auditor. Each vendor will be evaluated by the board, and the scores will be added to the administrative committee scores. We have Ms. Dillard and Mr. Garza with the explanation of the process that we will follow.
Good evening again. Welcome.
Thank you. So the purchasing department did advertise a request for qualifications for auditing services, and the scope of work included annual audit of the books, accounts of the district, and all of funds associated with students, food services, and other funds under district jurisdiction. 4 responses were received as far as Garza, Gonzalez and Associates, Hankins, Eastup, Deaton, Ton, Suey, and Scarborough. 3rd, Leal and Carter, PC, and last, Patillo, Brown, and Hill, LLP. And these were brought forward in alphabetical order. Ms. Dillard will provide guidelines and expectations.
Okay, good evening. You should have received, and if not, we'll get you an evaluation tool, but just as a reminder, the instructions for this interview are to ask the questions that are aligned to the rubric. Make sure that you use the rubric that we have and you score down, meaning start at the top and go down for each candidate or each firm. This will be, your scores will be collected at the end of the interviews. Mr. Garza and I will be scoring and verifying it, following our protocol in regards to that. We offered this as an opportunity for the Board of Trustees to have input in this process. 1, to be transparent. 2, based on the corrective action plan and the results from the last audit. We wanted to make sure that we included, I heard something else, okay. Wanted to make sure that you all were included in this. The scores of each of the participant will be ranked, and the highest rank will be brought back to the board. We'll need a few minutes to count and verify, but understand that the questions that, again, are on the guideline are to be asked, and only those questions, because it's tied to the scope of work as well as the solicitation and the qualifications. So, summarize. Those are your guidelines and questions. You're going to interview each firm. The firm is listed here as well as on your evaluation tool in alphabetical order. We asked for your input on this to address the previous concerns and feedback that you shared, and then we will score it and bring it back and share. The board will have, once the scoring is done, it will be ranked. In the event of a tie, the board will need to have discussion, and then the majority vote will identify the highest ranked or the highest, the firm that the board wants to go with. Comments or questions? Yes.
Quick question, is it all right if I could put the name of the firm up here? Because you'll be collecting these also, right?
So yes, that's fine. But you only have one of those on the instructions and guidelines. You should have a landscape sheet that's got yellow on it.
Right, I'm just saying for me, so that way I know I don't score
Oh, yes, did you
wrong.
get, yes, ma'am, that's absolutely fine, and we'll collect all of that back, because as with the protocols for
Right.
solicitation on evaluation, we keep that confidential. Any other questions? Okay. So what, go ahead.
With that said, we'll start with the first firm on the list, which is Garza, Gonzalez and Associates, and in the meantime, I'll escort the other 3 firms to another room for the presentation and interviews.
Thank you.
Okay. So as they are heading that way, I want to make sure that everyone has a evaluation tool. It's going to be yellow and it's on landscape. It's got each of the firms listed there, and then you have the instructions and guidelines, at least one of those, okay?
Thank
All
you,
right, so
Mrs.
what we'll do is we'll go ahead and bring up the firm Garza Gonzalez and Associates.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Mr. President and members of the Board of Trustees, my name is Rene Gonzalez, and I'm here representing the independent CPA firm Garza Gonzalez and Associates. And with me is Kim Lopez Gonzalez, who is also a partner in the firm. I got one for...
Thank you.
It's okay.
I'm not sure what the process, Mr. President. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
But,
So,
I guess we can commence with making a general presentation. Our plan is that we gave you a handout, and based on that handout, it kind of summarizes what we had included in our proposal. It summarizes, I guess, the factors
so
that...
I think, Mr. Gonzalez, if I
So
could
let me
interrupt.
go ahead, and so I should have made sure that you heard this. So that we've allotted 10 minutes for each firm to be interviewed, and the firm has 5 questions that they're going to ask that are be specific to the scope of work that you had in here. So once you've answered those questions, then we'll switch you out, have you seated in there, and then bring in the next firm. And then once all firms are done, then we'll score, okay?
All right, so 10 minutes then.
Okay, 10
Very
minutes,
good. Okay, thanks. Again, we're here to present our summary. We have presented to you...
Mr. Gonzalez, I think, based to stay consistent with the process, Ms. Diller, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're going to go straight into the questions, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so we appreciate the submittal and the proposed, or your recap. We have receipt of that, and then also, we also have, and we've reviewed the original RFQ that was submitted as well.
Perfect.
So we reviewed that as well. So
Okay.
if we can, we'll just go and start with our questions, and doesn't matter who asks them?
Yes.
No? Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask the questions if that works for you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. But before I do that, thank you very much for your interest in working with Southside ISD and for providing an RFQ for us. I know it's a lot of work that y'all put into it, so we thank you for that.
We're very interested in providing the services to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and move on. Can you talk a little bit about what are the firm's qualifications?
Oh, that's a question. Well, on page one of the summary that we just provided you, we list the qualifications. And first of all, I guess the fact that we've been around for about 45 years, we have specialized over those 45 years in performing school district audits. Southside is the only one that we have not performed in the past. We've done in San Antonio, Harlandale, Edgewood, Somerset, Northeast, Northside, San Antonio Independent School District. Not necessarily all at the same time, but over the period of time. Presently, we do perform the services for San Antonio Independent School District and
Pearsall Independent School District, and we list some of them there on the second page. Uvalde ISD, Carrizo Springs ISD, so those are just a partial list of the ones that we are currently performing the audits for.
we have a proven record of continuing providing professional and quality service and on a timely basis. You know that your report has to be in to TA by the end of November. By the end of December, with an August 31st year end, and we assure you that we can meet those particular deadlines.
Just to further clarify, we know that the deadline is 150 days after the fiscal year end. So for your fiscal year end of August 31st, we do know that it's due to TA by January 28th. But I think the board is requiring a date of December to be presented here to you.
Thank you.
We're familiar and have a lot of experience with single audits, and of course we do have a peer review. We've passed that over the last 15 years with a pass, meaning that no findings, no question cost. Peer reviewers come in and do the audit of our organization, test our employees, make sure that we meet the necessary requirements, and I'm pleased to tell you that all those have been positive and have been on a pass basis, which is the way they term it. We are historically underutilized business, certified by the state of Texas, a small minority-owned Hispanic business firm certified by the South Central Regional Development Company. We are members of the American AIDS Peer Review, and of course, the government audit quality members as well.
Thank you. Can you talk about what is the reputation of the firm and the firm's services?
Yes, sir. That would be out on page 2. And Kim, can you mind kind of cover that?
Yes, sir. So I think a little bit of, as Renee has indicated, does cover some of our reputation, indicating that we have served over 45 years for governmental, as an auditor for governmental and nonprofit entities, specifically school districts. And we have performed our experience in risk-based audits. We do assist in implementing accounting and auditing standards for our clients. We have performed a number of federal and state compliance audits, and we have provided training to various school districts, mainly to superintendents and the finance department. In addition to that, when the TA resource guide was first being developed, we were very instrumental in developing that along with a national firm. So that's just a small part of the reputation. We've been in business for 45 years, never had been reprimanded by any oversight agency. We do have various agencies come and review our work papers, such as like the Department of Education, specifically for school districts. We just went through a review with the OIG for one of our nonprofits, and we came out very clean also. So our reputation does precede us, and we are very happy to inform the board, like you and other parties, of that.
Thank you.
And we understand that we are directly responsible to the board members. We get appointed by the board members to be representing the board members in this endeavor. We know we have to work closely with your staff, but our responsibility is directly to the president and the rest of the members of the board.
What is the quality of the firm's services?
I think the quality is the fact that we have personnel with us that have been anywhere from 30 to 45 years. That's a big retention of employees, meaning that our quality standards and our service are positive. The employees see what we perform, the services that we can provide to our clients, the assistance that we provide to our clients in performing the audit, and then, of course, in how we approach the particular audit. We work closely with your staff, plan out the audit, and arrive at scheduled dates and times that certain things need to be done so that we can come in and do what needs to be done.
4 minutes.
Thank you. What extent do the firm's services meet the district's needs?
We outlined that on page 4, the extent of services the district needs. And what we've done there, basically it's the areas or major segments of description of what we're going to be providing, and the estimated hours of the functions for that, the audit. The first part, of course, is preliminary activities. We begin by meeting with your staff, determining what are the issues, the timelines, et cetera. And that's part of what we do at the very beginning. And then we sit down and do the planning of how we're going to, what staff are we going to be assigning, the capabilities of those staff members, and then, of course, meeting and developing the audit programs that would meet the needs of the district. We'll then come in and perform the interim audit field work, meaning that we would do that work hopefully before the end of the year. There are a lot of things that can be done before the end of the year, especially for a new firm, coming in at the beginning before the end of the year. And then we'll come in later after the year end, after your books of account have been balanced, reconciled, et cetera. We'll come in at year end and perform all the testing that needs to be required and the compliance as required by the government standards.
Thank you. And what is your firm's past performance with Southside ISD?
We did a small project, and I don't recall now, it's been a long time, but we did something dealing with, do you recall exactly what there was?
I don't know exactly, but I think it was a review of a construction of perhaps something related to the football field when it was first being constructed, I believe. It was at least 8 years ago, or 8 to 10 years ago.
It was what we call an agreed-upon procedures engagement. So the district wanted us to look at certain information. We looked at that and then made a report to the district.
Thank you. Is everything good? Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Gonzalez, thank you very much for your time and appreciate again your interest in working with Southside ISD.
Thank you very much. Is the plan to stick around?
Yes. Yes.
It is for us to stick around. So
You don't have to stick around, because we'll let you notify you the results, but you are more than welcome.
Do you think there'll be any other questions after this for the first?
No, that would be it. No more questions today. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
for your time.
Appreciate you. You help us stay on track.
Can you please put a timer for 10 minutes that will start each time we start? Thank you.
It's a long night. It's very professional. Very professional.
Good evening and welcome. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
Good. Not
Good.
sure, Ms. Diller, if you explained the process to them?
So yes, I did explain the process. They have 5 questions that they're going to ask you, so as soon as, and we have a timer that we're going to need to reset. They're going to ask you 5 questions. You'll have the option to answer and share any specific information. Once those 5 questions are done, you'll be escorted back to the room, or you may leave and the announcement will be provided tomorrow.
All right, great, thank you.
Well, welcome again on behalf of the district and my colleagues on the board. Thank you very much for your interest in working with us, and we appreciate you submitting your proposal. We have reviewed your proposal, and with that, we do have 5 questions, so I'll jump right in if that's okay.
Wonderful, thank you.
Question number 1, can you tell us what the firm's qualifications are?
Yes, our firm began operations in 1965. We currently audit about 40 school districts in the state of Texas, which last year would have ranked us as the 4th largest firm in terms of the number of school districts served. Our leadership team has collectively over 60 years of experience auditing Texas school districts. Some of our school districts we've audited for 42 straight years. So this is obviously an industry that we've invested a lot of heart and time and attention to, and really appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you. Can you talk about what is the reputation of the firm and the firm's services?
Most of our new business comes from our client referrals, so you don't stick with a school district for 40-plus years and not do a good job for them. So it's the quality of the service. It's also an investment in the communication process. I brought with me today Jenna Howard and Samantha Garcia. Their job is simply to manage the communication process around the auditing process. And so we believe in quality work, we believe in being timely, but we also believe in being constructive and helpful. And part of that is really communicating effectively throughout the audit process. We want it to be a proactive and constructive process, and these folks like this kind of help the bean counters on our team do a better job of communicating with our clients.
Thank you. Question number 3, what is the quality of the firm's services?
Yes, the auditors get audited every 3 years. There's a peer review process, and so to qualify to do governmental audits, you have to be a part of a nationwide peer review process. So for the past 50 years, we've undergone peer reviews and have always passed our peer review with flying colors. And so quality is very important. One of the key initiatives that our firm undergoes to maintain that quality is just a really strong training program for our staff. weekly training that occurs every Friday. For example, this Friday we'll focus an hour on what it means to audit a school district from top to bottom, so that new auditors can hear from people who have been doing it for, literally the presenter is the gentleman who's been doing it for 42 years straight for our firm. Our firm has about 65 people. Many of those are young people, in addition to folks like me that carry a lot of gray hair with me. But it's that investment in kind of the next generation that I think that has allowed us to maintain our quality, client satisfaction, and our growth in this industry over many, many years.
Thank you. Question 4, what extent do the firm's services meet the district's needs?
So the Texas Education Agency requires an audit of the basic financial statements. It also requires that as part of that audit, we look at the district's internal accounting controls to make sure that the accounting operations, the financial reporting mitigates the risk of material misstatement to an acceptable level. So that's part of our financial statement audit. Also, if you receive more than $750,000 of federal funding, which you obviously do, much more than that, you also are required to comply with the federal government's single audit requirement, which requires us to do several things. One, to test your compliance with those federal grant awards for those major programs that exceed a risk threshold. Secondly, it requires us to plan the audit to test the internal controls just around the grant compliance process. And so we will do that as well. It also requires us to look at there's a schedule in the audit report, statement of expenditures of financial award. It requires us to do some special procedures around that. So this is what the TEA requires of all school districts, what we've been doing for, roughly 55 years. I think our first Texas school district audit was in 1968. And so we prepare all of our staff, our 65 people to be able to perform that work for you.
Thank you. And then our final question for tonight, what is the firm's past performance with the school district, with our school district?
Yeah, again, just to reiterate, we're very proud of that long history. So again, 55 years, first school district audit, 1968. And every year it grows. Last year we were at 35 school districts. This year we'll do over 40. We don't know an exact number yet because we're still going through processes like this to determine how many we'll do. Most of our school districts that we audit have an August 31 year end, but we have a good handful of school districts that have June 30 audit. So tomorrow I'll be meeting with a particular school district to get that audit started because their year end is June 30th and their submission deadline is in November rather than January. So very proud of the work that we've done. I think we included a lot of references, telephone numbers for you to check our references. And that's been kind of the secret sauce to our success, is in making sure that the folks to my right are really happy with the work that we do so that they can be good referrals for us going down the road.
Specific to Southside ISD, any past performance with Southside ISD?
We've never done any work with Southside before, no. We're hoping to.
Okay, that concludes our questions. Again, on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for your interest.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us
We'll
tonight.
reach out.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Board of Trustees have 5 questions that they're going to ask you, and they already have received and reviewed your proposal. So once they answer those 5 questions, it'll be a time limit of 10 minutes. And then once the questions are done and/or 10 minutes expire, you are welcome to join us back here, or you may leave for the meeting room announce tomorrow. Okay?
Good evening. On behalf of my colleagues on the board and myself and the administration of Southside ISD, thank you very much for your interest and for submitting a proposal. As Ms. Taylor mentioned, we reviewed the proposal, so we have the 5 questions, and we'll jump right in, if that's okay with you, and start with question number 1. If you can talk about what are the firm's qualifications?
Well, I'm one of the partners, and my son is going to be Scott Order, one of the managers. 25 years doing this type of work, and I've been doing this since '73. And most of our clients are counties, cities, school districts. Everybody has got flood accounting. We also have to go through a peer review every 3 years to look at to make sure we comply with governmental accounting, with audit standards. And we got a clean opinion. Our firm belongs to the Governmental Audit Quality Center. That means that we have to stay on top of all things that have to do with GASB, which is your accounting oversight board for you. And we've got a clean opinion from them. And as members of that board, our report, our peer review is posted to the AICPA for anybody to look at. So anybody can look at it and access our peer review. Our peer review was clean. It indicates that, one, they reviewed all our audits, which was primarily Yellow Book and single audit. And they review our independence. Our independence is something that you all need to consider as far as we won't have any contacts with the board members. At inception, we have no contacts with any of the staff members other than asking questions. We want to be as independent as possible. We want to be your eyes and your ears as far as giving an unbiased, independent audit. And and you want to give any other things? I'm sorry. Did I spend more time?
It's not, it's that's our whole
I can
time.
talk.
Yes, total time.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Is there any more?
No, that was, they got 4 more questions.
Oh, okay.
So, question number 2, what is the reputation of the firm and the firm's services?
Reputation is that, again, we've been around since '73. We've seen many things evolve, and we've indicated what our references are, and you can contact those references. They're all pretty satisfied with the work and professionalism and independence we bring to the board. Again, you have to look at I was sitting here, and you have a lot of information that's brought to you, and you want to make sure this information is audited by somebody else, so you make your decisions based upon information that is credible and has been audited by a third party, and we're also independent. So you get somebody verifying the information that you're making important decisions for your community and for your school district.
Thank you. And what is the quality of the firm's services?
Well, the quality is that we want to adhere to governmental auditing standards in everything we do. So consequently, and that's indicated in our peer reviews, and we want to make sure that each one of the people that we assigned to you on your audit has met their continuing education requirements, which is 40 hours a year. We pay for it, we monitor it, and we want to make sure that everybody that works on your audit is informed about the latest government auditing standards and what TEA requires.
The thing is, we had audited, we were a subcontractor with KPMG for the last 15 years, and we audited TEA's, and their single audit. And so I'm very familiar with the staff at TEA and the school financial audit, Paul Moreno. So with any kind of questions you might have with respect to the timing, when we have to release the report or any other questions, I talk to Paul quite often, so that's another thing I'd like to add to it.
Okay, moving on to question number 4. What extent do the firm's services meet the district's needs?
I'm sorry? What extent of?
To what extent do the firm's services meet the district's needs?
Firm services meet the district's needs.
Well, I believe your needs are that you have an audit that is accepted by TEA, that has been done in accordance with government auditing standards, and that you have it done by unbiased, independent persons. And we want to push that as much as possible so that you are getting a complete independent viewpoint of all your finances when we do the audit. And again, we've been in this business since '73. We've seen it evolve, and our primary experience is in audits of entities that follow fund accounting systems like your school district does.
And I'd like to mention, I work, with the finance directors all throughout the year. Any questions they might have during the year, we're always available to ask any questions that they need addressed during the whole fiscal year.
Okay, and our final question, what is the firm's past performance with the school district, Southside ISD?
Well, past performance is that we have not had any negative feedback at all from the school district clients we've audited. They're all satisfied with us. They're all renewed our audit contracts. If we haven't had school districts, it's because they had a rotations policy where they rotated their auditors. But the Texas Register had something, I think back in 70, well, actually 10 years ago, where they said that rotation was not necessarily required as long as a firm continued to be a member of the governmental audit standards, which we are.
The government quality control centers.
But specific to Southside ISD, any past performance with the district?
Have we audited you all before? Or
Have you done
no,
any
we
work
have
for
not.
us in the
Right, we
past?
have not audited Southside.
Well, I think we might have done it about 20, 25 years ago, and we were rotated out. It was different administration, even different physical plant than it was back then. And I understand when we were seeing you guys as far as make decisions as far as your budget. Again, we want to make sure that what you're making your decisions on is based upon figures that somebody else has looked at, independent, and you got good information to make these decisions on.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. Again, thank you very much for your interest in working with us, and I appreciate y'all being here. I know it's a long evening, so thank you.
We appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. So the protocol is going to be that the Board of Trustees have 5 questions they're going to ask you. You have 10 minutes to respond, and it is aligned to the scope of work that was presented. The Board of Trustees has also received your submission, and they've had opportunity to review it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? So whenever you're ready, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. So again, welcome on behalf of myself, my colleagues, and the district. Thank you very much for the submittal that we've reviewed as well. Appreciate your interest in wanting to work with Southside ISD, and appreciate you being here late this evening. With that, we'll go ahead and jump right in with our first question. If you can talk about what are the firm's qualifications?
Okay, our firm has been in existence for 100 years. We're having our 100-year anniversary. We conduct audits statewide. on a variety of governmental entities, county, state, cities, MHMRs. We have 53 school districts that are current clients of ours. It's the fastest growing part of our firm. We target school districts around your size. We're not so big. We want to do San Antonio ISD, but we want to do a little larger schools as well, so we feel like you're a good match for what we do. Anything you'd like to add? Or? Okay.
Thank you. What is the reputation of the firm and the firm's services?
I would consider that, it's hard to say because your reputation is usually defined by other people, but I like to think we have an excellent reputation. As I've stated, we've been in business for quite a long time. We're very active with TASBO, work hand in hand with TEA. As far as school districts or cities go, we're active with GFOA, TACA for the counties. So we work with not only the entities themselves, but the governing bodies that govern them as well. Specifically in the San Antonio area, we do Sherritt-Cibolo, Region 20, Edgewood, maybe Lockhart, Hayes, Consolidated ISD. So those are some of your, peers in the area that you may want to consult with them. But reputation-wise, we've never had any problems with the single audit entities or state entities. So clean bill of health. I'd like to keep it that way.
What is the quality of the firm's services?
Again, I'd like to think that it's excellent. I personally have been at the firm for 27 years. Travis has been at the firm for around 7. In my time at the firm, we've grown over 10 times in revenues. It is impossible to grow that size over a 20-year period without doing something right. And that right is putting our clients first and developing a staff that's knowledgeable. Our staff is specifically set aside for governmental audits. We don't this is all they do. Governmental audits, they don't do tax work, they don't do consulting work, nothing but governmental audits. And there's about 40 people that we can put on your audit as well. So we have some variety. So I think that helps as well.
Thank you.
Anything new? Good? Okay. Good.
At what extent do the firm's services meet the district's needs?
Well, again, I think that you're looking for not only, hopefully just not an opinion, but somebody that you can work with and can bring you value-added services. Again, with our experience, we currently audit 53 schools. Maybe we can take some information that we've learned at other school districts and apply it to yours as well. I think that's the biggest thing that we can do for you. Again, we're knowledgeable. We've been doing what we're doing for quite a long time. And the key for our firm has been communication. So we want to keep those lines of communication open, and we want to be available to you not only during the audit, but 365 days a year. So.
Yeah, like Chris said, communication, it goes both ways. We want to communicate to the district our needs as the auditor, like what we need to render our audit opinion, but also we want to understand the needs of the district and how we can serve you guys better, like I said. And part of communication is we are not gotcha auditors. We don't want there to be any surprises with the final product in the audit report or the financials at the end of the day. Any concerns, issues, questions we have, we do our very best to get this to you well in advance.
I'm not a big fan of surprises, and most of my clients aren't either. So we like to tell you a lot of things that were developed during the pandemic that we've actually used quite a bit is in regards to Zoom meetings and a portal organizer that our clients can dump their product into, and we can access it. So it's given us a lot of technological help, I guess you could say, for our audits that has made them easier. So
it's given us the flexibility to where we can leverage technology to work remotely a fair amount. There's a lot of work that we can do remotely. but also we understand the value of, meeting face to face, being able to put a face to a name, look at certain documents, meet with people, document processes and controls, all those good things. But at the end of the day, it helps make us more efficient, more effective as your auditor when we're on site, make sure that we are doing what we need to be doing and that we're making the most of the district's time and its staff's time.
Thank you. And then the last question, what is the firm's past performance with Southside ISD?
We have no prior experience with Southside ISD, so that's a quick one. Not yet, hopefully. Hopefully we will.
Well, that concludes our questions. And again, thank you very much for your interest and for your submittal, and appreciate you being here so late in the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
for having us.
All right. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Dillard, do you want to explain the scoring one more time?
Absolutely. So,
I'm sorry. I've done this 100 times.
This is yours too.
She has mine.
So on the evaluation form, you'll see on question number 1, the maximum allowed points is 35. So for each firm, in the column it has its named, you'll rank each firm or score each firm with a maximum points of 35 for each of those questions for that question. Then for second one, reputation of the firm, maximum points of 20. You'll rank each or score each firm based on maximum score of 20. Then quality of the firm's services is also a maximum score of 20. So based on their responses to the questions, you'll rank them. Then 4 is extent to which the services meet the district's needs, maximum score of 20. And then the last one is a maximum score of 5, firm's past performance with the district. So as you do this, once we pick up the scores, Mr. Garza and I, or I'm gonna pick them up, we're gonna go back to the executive board, we're gonna tally them, then we're gonna come back and share with you what the score is and announce, if identified at that scoring, who the highest ranked is. If it is, unless in the event of a tie, what will happen is the board will have to have a discussion. That will be done in front of the firms potentially. So then then the board will vote after the discussion and identify the firm that they would like to move forward with. And then that will be the need to have a recommendation for board action based on that particular firm. Are there any other questions?
Any
Okay.
questions? Okay.
So I'm gonna come by and just look and I'll pick them up and then Mr. Garza and I will step out into the executive board room and score.
I just need a couple minutes to score.
No, that's fine.
You want everything back.
I will take everything, you have to have the top of it. Thank
The
you.
most sirens I've ever heard during any board meeting.
Oh, I wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
It's been pretty bad.
Okay. At this time, we're going to do another short recess to allow the team to do the tallying. So call a motion to do a 5-minute recess. If I can get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Faria seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, do 5 minutes.
meeting?
Yes, I'm working on that.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure that you weren't waiting on me.
No, there it is. Thank you, sorry. Good evening. We're coming back from our recess. The time is now 9:54 PM, and we are back in session. Thank you. Welcome again, Ms. Dillard.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Ramirez, Board of Trustees, we have scored the evaluation sheets, and as instructed, we calculated the budget Board of Trustees also with the evaluation committee team. And so Mr. Garza is going to share that we do have a highest ranked firm, and he's going to share that information of the name of the firm.
Welcome, Mr. Garza.
Thank you, Mr. Dillard. Based on all the submitted score sheets and tabulations, the highest ranked firm identified is Garza Gonzalez and Associates. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Garza. Any questions? No questions. At this time, do I have a motion for item number 7?
I'll make the motion that we approve and authorize the award to negotiate with Garza and Gonzalez Associates auditing firm and for the purchase of the professional auditing services.
Second.
Ms. Katie Farias makes the motion. Ms. Brenda Olivares seconds. Ms. Farias?
Yes.
Ms. Olivares?
Yes.
Ms. Morales Garcia?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Unger Robles?
Yes.
And I just Hernandez, yes. Motion carries.
Okay?
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all those firms for attending the interview process.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go ahead and move on to closed meeting. The board will adjourn to a closed meeting in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.076 to consider the following. Item A, consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code 551.071. And item B, we will postpone to a later meeting. And so we will be focusing on item A, so mentioned. The time is now 9:56 PM, and we are going into a closed session.
But it has to be in blue pen, right?
Okay, the time is now 10:28 PM. We are back from closed session. At this time, if I can get a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
Ms. Katie Farias makes a motion. Do I have a second? Ms. Lisa Salazar seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned, and the time is 10:29 PM. We are adjourned. Thank you.